After dinner, S.H.I.E.L.D chatted with Gwen's family until it was time to leave. That was when George received a phone call. He stepped outside briefly and returned with a dark expression. Helen noticed immediately. "Honey, what's wrong?" "That daredevil," George said irritably. "He showed up again and caused more trouble. Do you need to go deal with it?" Helen asked. "I can keep S.H.I.E.L.D company." "No," George replied, waving it off. "It's nothing major. They'll handle it." Still, his annoyance was obvious. Daredevil had been active almost every night lately. Compared to him, Spider-Man was far more discreet. "Sooner or later, we'll catch Daredevil," George muttered. S.H.I.E.L.D understood George well enough. He was a principled man and had never liked vigilantes. Gwen, however, was different. With her own abilities awakening, she already felt drawn to the idea of becoming a hero. Seeing how strongly her father disliked Daredevil, Gwen couldn't stay quiet. "Dad, I don't understand," she said. "If Daredevil is helping people, why should he be arrested?" George softened slightly. "Because he's not a hero. He's an anarchist." "Yes, he's saved people," George admitted. "But he has no authority, follows no procedures. His actions only create bigger problems." "But what's wrong with helping others?" Gwen shot back. "If it weren't for people like him, more innocent people would suffer." "Spider-Man saved me," she added quietly. "I don't even want to think about what would have happened if he hadn't." George fell silent for a moment. "Maybe he did something good," he said at last. "But that doesn't make it right." Gwen clenched her fists, clearly upset. S.H.I.E.L.D gently placed a hand on her arm, calming her before stepping in. "On this, I agree with Gwen," S.H.I.E.L.D said calmly. "Doing good shouldn't depend on your job or title." "With great power comes great responsibility," he continued. "In my country, we respect people who step up to help others. When someone falls into danger, ordinary people help. Those with power become heroes because they choose to act." He looked at George. "If you encountered someone in danger, even off-duty, you'd help them too, wouldn't you?" George sighed. "The difference is that Daredevil isn't just reacting. He has an agenda. He uses violence. He disrupts our work. He gets praised as a hero while we bleed and no one notices. People think we just drink coffee and eat donuts all day." The debate dragged on, emotions rising on both sides, until Gwen finally stood and walked away, frustrated. "I'll go check on her," S.H.I.E.L.D said. Helen took the opportunity to speak quietly to George. S.H.I.E.L.D followed Gwen upstairs. She sat on the edge of her bed, still upset. "Dad wasn't like this before," she said softly. "If he knew I wanted to be a superhero, he'd never support me. He might even arrest me." S.H.I.E.L.D could see how deeply she wanted to help people. "It's okay," he said gently. "You don't have to tell him yet. You'll graduate soon. College will give you space. He won't know unless you want him to." Gwen nodded slowly. "It's getting late," S.H.I.E.L.D added with a smile. "Are you really going to lock yourself in here and not even see me off?" "You're leaving?" Gwen asked quietly. "I wish you could stay." She leaned forward and kissed him, emotions overflowing. S.H.I.E.L.D laughed softly. "I want to stay too. But if your dad catches me, I'm pretty sure he'll try to stab me." He mimicked sternly. "You abducted my daughter? I'll end you." Gwen laughed despite herself. "He wouldn't stab you. He'd arrest you. That might be worse." The joke lifted her mood, and they went downstairs together. "Mr. George, Mrs. Helen," S.H.I.E.L.D said politely. "Thank you for dinner. I should be going." Gwen stepped outside with him. They walked together in silence for a while. "Good night, Sue." "Good night." Neither wanted to part. "Are you sure there are no side effects to superpowers?" Gwen asked softly. "I feel like I can't live without you." S.H.I.E.L.D smiled. "That's not a side effect. I don't want to leave you either." Eventually, he watched her return home before heading off. "Meeting parents is exhausting," he muttered. That night, unable to sleep, S.H.I.E.L.D made a decision. In a flash, he teleported to Gwen's window. A gentle tap on the glass. Gwen gasped and rushed over, opening the window just enough to pull him inside. "Sue, I thought you left." "I did," he whispered. "But I missed you." "I missed you too." After a quiet moment together, Gwen suddenly stiffened. She gently pushed him back, locked the door, then sighed in relief. Stay, she whispered. Are you sure? Sui asked. What if we're discovered? She smiled shyly. I'll be careful. I promise. Sui had planned to bring her elsewhere. He hadn't expected this side of Gwen, gentle, bold, and a little reckless. Looking into her eyes, he knew he couldn't refuse. You know I can never say no to you. Gwen smiled brightly and pulled him close. Hey, Sui said with a soft laugh. Slow down a little. But it was already too late. Sui slipped away quietly in the morning. He returned home, ate breakfast, and headed to school like any other day. Classes resumed as usual, though the weekend had been anything but ordinary. Sitting in the classroom, Sui felt unexpectedly relaxed. Oh right, he thought. I still have a mission card. Might as well use it now. Ding. Mission card activated. Long-term mission unlocked. Guide Peter Parker to become Spider-Man. Mission duration, 1 year. Mission rewards, determined by speed and quality of completion. Failure penalty, none. A long-term mission, Sui muttered. And not an easy one. Peter Parker gaining powers was simple enough. A mutated spider bite did that. What truly turned him into Spider-Man was something else entirely. Uncle Ben. That single sentence, with great power comes great responsibility, had shaped Peter's entire path. But Uncle Ben doesn't exist in this world, Sui frowned. So, what becomes the trigger? Is Aunt May meant to replace him? That's not happening on my watch. While he was thinking, Peter Parker entered the classroom. He wore a hoodie, hands stuffed in his pockets, his expression distant. Still not fully in control? Sui wondered. When Gwen got her powers, she stabilized them in half an hour with my guidance. She was already using them smoothly last night. Peter's had at least a day. Why does he still look unsettled? In reality, Peter had gained basic control. He had even visited Dr. Connors the day before and agreed to work as his assistant. Peter, Sui called, you okay? Peter glanced over. Yeah, Sue. Why? You look distracted. It's nothing. Just thinking. Because of Mary Jane, Peter still hadn't fully let things go. His feelings towards Sui were complicated. Sui didn't push it. This mission won't be straightforward, he thought. Peter already has a bias against me. It's fine. I have a year. As long as Peter doesn't go down a dark path, I'm winning. His thoughts shifted again. When Gwen arrives, will their spider senses react to each other? Almost on cue, Gwen appeared at the classroom door. The moment she stepped inside, Peter's spider sense flared. Gwen felt it too. But unlike Peter, she stayed calm. She already understood what that sensation meant. So they really can sense each other, Sui confirmed. Peter frowned slightly. Why does Gwen trigger this feeling? Is she like me? I need to talk to her. Gwen walked over to Sui immediately. Good morning, Sue. You're a bit later than usual. She smiled faintly. Had a nice dream. Didn't want to wake up. They both knew exactly what that meant. Gwen returned to her seat. With Gwen, Betty, and Mary Jane all present, the classroom atmosphere subtly shifted. Ever since taking the life water, the three of them looked even more striking than before, drawing plenty of attention. Betty, you look amazing today, someone said. Betty smiled politely. Maybe it's because my mom's condition is improving. That's great. I hope she recovers soon. Each of them had their own explanation, and no one questioned it. After class finally ended, Peter wasted no time. Gwen, he said, approaching her, can I talk to you for a moment? She nodded. Sure. Outside? On the track. They left together. Sui stayed behind. Not yet, he thought. This is their moment. The morning sun was gentle as they walked side by side. Peter hesitated before asking, You got abilities too, didn't you? You mean spider-like abilities? Gwen replied calmly. Yes. I was bitten by a spider at the Osborn building. Peter felt a strange mix of relief and tension. And you didn't have trouble controlling them? With Sue's help, it took about half an hour. Sui. Peter repeated, surprised. He just told me to stay calm and take it slowly. Peter nodded, asking her for advice afterward. But there was another question weighing on him. One more thing, about you, Sui, and Mary Jane. Gwen didn't dodge it. Mary Jane and I both like him. Peter froze, then smiled weakly. He already knew what that meant. Life continued. Peter became Dr. Connor's assistant and threw himself into research. Their work on gene therapy made steady progress, though Norman Osborn's pressure forced them into frequent overtime. Aunt May didn't object. Peter earning money and building a future mattered to her. But night still came. After school, Peter headed to the lab as usual. On the way, his phone buzzed. "Aunt May, come home early tonight. And please buy some medicine on your way back." "I got it," Peter replied. But once inside the lab, he forgot. The simulations finally succeeded. The next step was live testing. Peter injected the serum into the lab mice, hands trembling as he watched for changes. Connor's was just as tense, though he hit it better. If this worked, his arm could regenerate. "Peter," Connors said calmly, "don't rush it. Effects take time. We'll check again tomorrow." Peter glanced at the clock and suddenly remembered. "Oh, sorry, Dr. Connors. I need to get home." "Go on," Connors said. Peter hurried out, hoping with everything he had that he wasn't already too late.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
It was another unremarkable night, and the crime slowly continued in the night. After Peter got off the subway, he couldn't wait to rush home. Just because of doing experiments in the laboratory, Peter wasted a lot of time. Running all the way, Peter was not far from home, a block or two away. Suddenly, Peter stopped in his tracks. It turned out that he had just passed a pharmacy. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to buy medicine for Aunt May." Peter could only go backwards, going to the pharmacy he missed just now to buy medicine. Peter was about to buy medicines, but he noticed that in the small shop next to him, some gangsters seemed to be buying for 0 yuan. Such scenes are not uncommon in this city. The hesitation of Peter's footsteps is uncertain. When encountering such a situation, normally, he would definitely stop it. However, because she ignored the time, Aunt May was still waiting for herself and the medicine. It's not uncommon for things like this to happen, and it's impossible for me to prevent everything from happening. Perhaps the shopkeeper can handle it. While Peter was in a daze, the gangster had already completed the 0 yuan purchase and rushed out of the store. Peter stood here, staring blankly at the scene. The owner rushed out, "Hey, stop him." When Peter was in a daze, the gangster had already turned around, ran across the road, and went to the opposite side of the road. "Hey, what the hell? Why didn't you stop him?" The shopkeeper questioned Peter loudly, but Peter didn't bother to pay attention and turned around to go to the pharmacy to buy medicine. The shopkeeper had no choice but to continue to chase. The bandit came to the opposite side, ready to escape. When the gangster fled in a hurry, he didn't notice Aunt May and rushed towards her. Aunt May was knocked to the ground, and the gangster fell, dropping money and belongings, even a pistol. Aunt May has already guessed what happened. This person should have made a 0 yuan purchase. "You can't do that." The gangster got up, tidied up, and said cursingly, "Damn it, you're blocking my way, do you know that?" The shopkeeper came after him, but when he saw the gangster picked up the pistol, he panicked. Can this still be chased? Is life more important than money? The shopkeeper could only admit his weakness and retreat. But Aunt May didn't plan to back down. If you're stuck, there are other ways. It's not right to do that. The gangster was stopped by Aunt May and immediately became angry and pointed his gun at Aunt May. Aunt May wanted to continue persuading, but the gangster was impatient and chose to shoot. A gunshot pierced the quiet night sky. The shopkeeper couldn't help but look back, but he was even more afraid that the bandits would make trouble for him. The others didn't dare to run around when they heard the movement. Just as Peter walked into the pharmacy and was about to buy medicine, he heard a gunshot not far away. Peter looked out the door, followed the direction of the gunshots, and looked over. Peter's heart began to waver. No way? Could it be the person who bought it for 0 yuan just now? Because I didn't stop him, he hurt someone else? Peter had already started to regret it. He didn't stop at the door of the pharmacy and immediately rushed over to save someone. When Peter came here, he saw a familiar figure lying on the ground. Peter was very familiar with the clothes. Peter couldn't believe it. No. Aunt May, it can't be true. Peter rushed to Aunt May's side like crazy. Seeing Aunt May's injury, the emotion of self-blame rushed into his mind. If I go home earlier, Aunt May won't have to go out to buy medicine by herself. If I could have stopped that gangster earlier, Aunt May would not have been shot. Peter immediately contacted the ambulance in a panic, but it would take some time for the ambulance to arrive. Peter could only yell heart-piercingly, begging for help from the people around him. Help. Help. It's just that the empty streets are quieter because of the gunfire. Seeing that it was Peter, Aunt May said with her last breath, Peter, don't blame yourself. Remember, be a good person. As your Uncle Ben used to say, with great ability comes great responsibility. Peter cried bitterly, but no one could help him. S.H.I.E.L.D. teleported outside of Mary Jane's house and then followed the gunshots and Peter's crying and then flew over quickly. Damn, this system. The branch line selection is too outrageous, right? I teleported here, it's still too late. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't take care of so much anymore and fell in front of Peter. With a glance, he saw Aunt May's injury. Fortunately, it's just the belly, not the head or the heart. Peter reacted immediately, looked at the spider bully in front of him. What are you going to do? I can save her. Peter has no choice but to choose to trust S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. took out the bottle of water of life and dropped a drop of water of life into his mouth. Is this really Aunt May? This is too young, too beautiful, isn't it? Compared to Aunt May in the movie universe, it's on a higher level. I'm not a chow thief. What's more, Peter and I are classmates and friends. Several movies suddenly came to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mind, Classmates XX and Friends XX. Hiss, it's even more exciting. I can't continue thinking about it. Save people first. Saving people is the most important thing. After feeding the water of life, S.H.I.E.L.D. controlled the symbiote battlesuit to turn into filaments at the fingertips, drilled into the wound, and took out the bullet. She will be fine and the wound will heal quickly. However, it's best not to reveal that her injury has recovered, otherwise it will be very troublesome. In Peter's shock, the wound on Aunt May's body had stopped bleeding and even started to heal. This is too amazing, isn't it? Tonight, I will come to you. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't leave and planned to take advantage of tonight to advance the progress. Hey, the system just asked me to guide Peter to become Spider-Man. How do I feel like I am the godfather of Spider-Man? S.H.I.E.L.D. came to Mary Jane's house and came out of Mary Jane's window. On the other hand, Peter took Aunt May home before the ambulance arrived. Peter canceled the ambulance and concentrated on waiting for Aunt May to wake up. After a while, he woke up. Aunt May, are you okay? What happened? I seem to hear you talking to someone, and then I just feel very comfortable. Why am I at home? Peter explained, someone saved you. Your wound has scabbed over, and you recovered so quickly. I'm sorry, Aunt May. I should have come back earlier, and the gangster, I had a chance to stop him, but I didn't. Aunt May heard Peter's self-blame and hurriedly persuaded, it's good that you realized your mistake. You can correct it in the future, don't live in self-blame. If you're living with self-blame all the time, it's going to ruin your life. Peter is very grateful for the sudden appearance of the spider bully. If it is not for him, Aunt May must be dead. At that time, he will have no relatives, and he can only live in regret forever. Little did he know, the spider bully he was grateful for was S.H.I.E.L.D. And S.H.I.E.L.D. sneaked into Mary Jane's room and secretly talked about her lovesickness. In the middle of the night, after S.H.I.E.L.D. comforted Mary Jane, she was ready to continue the task. Coming to the next door, Peter instantly sensed the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. with spider telepathy. Immediately, he climbed out of the window and followed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s trail. It's just that Peter hasn't produced a battlesuit yet, and he can't run far at all. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't take him very far, but just brought him to a remote factory building. Wait, who are you? What's your purpose in bringing me here? S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't intend to hide it anymore. Peter Parker, long time no see. Peter felt that the voice was different from before. Maybe this was the original voice. It's just that the voice seems a little familiar. Sui-Yi's symbiote battle suit faded to reveal his face, and Peter Parker was shocked. Sue, why are you? Are you a spider bully? Sui shrugged, obvious answer. Peter calmed down quickly, and the matter didn't seem too difficult to accept. Reminiscing that after Gwen also obtained the super ability, Sui helped Gwen master the super ability, which is also understandable. It turns out that Sui is also a super ability user. What is your purpose in finding me? To help you, to guide you, to be Spider-Man. Peter didn't understand. Sui continued, in many parallel universes, Peter Parker was bitten by a mutant spider and gained a super ability. Because of Uncle Ben's death, because of anger and self-blame, I put on my homemade spider battlesuit and started to fight criminals. Afterwards, in one incident after another, I began to understand the saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and gradually became a real Spider-Man. If something like this happened to Aunt May tonight, it is very likely that you, with remorse, anger, and self-blame, will go down this road too. Definitely, because of the loss of all your loved ones, you also risk going down a more dangerous and evil path. So, I came forward and rescued Aunt May. The purpose is very simple. I hope that you can wish to become a superhero from the bottom of your heart. I hope that you become a Spider-Man out of your own will, not because of regret and self-blame. Do you understand? Peter is a little confused, parallel universe, and even a little bit of the feeling of predicting the future. To be honest, I'm a little confused. Don't be nervous, you still have time, you can think slowly. Think about whether to use your ability to save others, and think about whether to become a Spider-Man. Peter looked at his hands, lost in thought. I have a super ability, can I really do nothing? Uncle Ben said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I have obtained this ability, so what about my responsibility? Watching the gangsters buy for 0 yuan in front of my eyes, and even run away, causing Aunt May to be injured? Thinking of this, Peter made a decision. I'll be Spider-Man. No, no, no. Sui rejected Peter. You are too anxious to give an answer. You have not considered everything at all. You don't know what you will face when you walk this path. Peter really didn't think that much. Facing what? You will face a large number of gangsters. These gangsters cannot be completely eliminated in your lifetime. After all, evil will never die. You will face evil and powerful supervillains with superhuman intelligence, advanced technology, or super ability. Even, you have to be prepared to get hurt, not only yourself, but also the people around you. You have a super ability, so what about Aunt May? She's just an ordinary person. Can you make sure those gangsters, those supervillains won't hurt her? I'm not either. I can save her every time. Peter fell into shock. That's right. He has obtained a super ability, so he can deal with gangsters. Even if he really meets a villain with super ability, he can also deal with it. But what about Aunt May? She's just a normal person. It would be extremely dangerous to be involved. Sui was lucky to save Aunt May this time. But if it is the future, Sui has no responsibility to save Aunt May, and she is the one who must protect Aunt May. Not only that, but you also overlooked one thing. Peter hurriedly asked, what's the matter? It's a tough job, and it's not paid. You have to be prepared, because being a superhero can make your life, your job, a mess. The gangsters won't wait until you get off work to show up and do evil. Supervillains won't wait until you're done dating before destroying the world. After saying this, Peter was completely hesitation. It turns out that it is not easy to be a good superhero. Peter suddenly thought of Sui. Sui is a superhero, and it seems that there is no problem. Sue, how did you handle it? I see you seem to have handled it very well. Can you teach me? Sue didn't expect Peter to ask himself this question. Do you think I'm busy? Actually, no, I've only appeared 3 times. The first time I showed up, that is, to stop the gangsters, was photographed on the internet. That's because the person who appeared in danger was called Pepper, and she was my girlfriend. The second time I showed up, I saved Gwen from the gangsters. This time, the third time, to guide you to become Spider-Man. Spider-Man in other parallel universes, most of the time, want to protect the entire city with their own strength, so they are so busy. If you choose to only attack the evil you see, it should be a lot easier. In fact, you can also try to do this, because in this world, you are not the only superhero. You can also trust those law enforcement officers in uniform who are also guarding the city. Peter has not been able to make a decision, after all. This decision is related to the future life. Sue, why do you know so much about parallel universes? Could it be that you are a person from another universe who has obtained super abilities similar to spiders? One key question, I'm from another universe. But I'm not Spider-Man. The Spider Bull is just my nickname because of a Peter Parker from Blacken. Peter, think about it when you go back. By the way, this is a gift for you. What gift? Peter received this piece of paper on which was a painting. The content in the painting is naturally the appearance of the Spider-Man battlesuit. So, is this Spider-Man? It's time for me to go back to Mary Jane. By the way, Peter, don't use your super ability to peek. Walter? I wouldn't do that kind of thing. However, without waiting for Peter to explain, Sue had already returned to Mary Jane's room. I am back. Your mission completed? Sue hugged Mary Jane lightly and said, almost, I taught him the first lesson and told him a lot about the difficulties he will face in becoming a Spider-Man. Knowing that there are so many difficulties, would he still choose to become a Spider-Man? Yes, just like I like you, no matter how difficult it is, I will come to you. Peter returned to his bedroom, thinking about Sue's words, and fell into a tangle. To become a Spider-Man, you will face so many problems. However, deep in Peter's heart, he wants to become Spider-Man more and more. I also forgot to ask a question. If I become Spider-Man, will I save many people? Peter looked at the ceiling, lost in thought. Maybe I don't need to ask. I can know the answer. Yes, if I become Spider-Man, I will definitely save many people. But Aunt May and the people around me may be in danger. Although Peter is still in hesitation, the balance has inadvertently tilted towards one side. Peter lost sleep thinking about it. Early in the morning, I was woken up by my new alarm clock. Peter washed up quickly and went downstairs and found Aunt May in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Morning, Aunt May. Good morning, Peter. When Peter said hello, he was surprised to find that Aunt May looked much younger. Originally, Aunt May was only 35 years old, and because she was tired, she would appear a little listless. But today, Aunt May's face was radiant, and she looked 10 years younger. Where is Aunt May here? This is clearly Sister May. Aunt May, you look great today. You seem to be much younger. Aunt May also smiled and said, I feel the same way. I feel comfortable all over, and my skin is much better, just like returning to my 20s. Peter immediately thought of that drop of eau de vie, but couldn't think of any reason other than that. Aunt May, I think you might as well ask for 2 days off. You have changed so much that it will definitely cause shock. Aunt May disagreed. Peter, I don't think it's a good idea to ask for leave. No way, the burden on the family is too great. Peter couldn't persuade Aunt May either, so he could only go to school after breakfast. When he came to school, Peter asked Sue a few more questions. Sue, do you know? The thing you gave Aunt May to drink made Aunt May look 10 years younger. Do you know how much shock this will cause? Aunt May's appearance appeared in Sue's mind. Aunt May became Sister May, definitely more beautiful. I wouldn't use eau de vie if I had any other means. It prolongs life, slows down aging, and makes people look younger. You should know what this means. If it is put up for auction, rich people all over the world will rush to buy it. Peter calmed down. I didn't mean that. I just said that Aunt May has changed too much, and others may find out. It's very simple. Just say that I went for a beauty treatment or put on makeup. Peter. Still have a question. What is the problem? It should be said that I in other parallel universes choose to be Spider-Man. They encounter these problems. Will they regret being Spider-Man? Sue froze for a moment. It's hard to say, so let's take 2 of them as examples. There is a Spider-Man whose life, love, and work have been affected, and even his girlfriend chose to leave. He was hit hard because of this, lost his super ability, and became an ordinary person. However, when the crisis came, he still became the Spider-Man to protect everyone without hesitation. There is also a universe that lost his girlfriend. Peter caught her with a cobweb because she fell from a height. Because of inertia, the neck broke. After that, Spider-Man was depressed. However, when a new supervillain emerges, he also chooses to fight. Peter was shocked when he heard it. I see. Think slowly, you still have time, but not much. What's the meaning? Because this is the era of superheroes, supervillains will appear one after another, and it shouldn't be long before. Peter felt the pressure, I see. On the other hand, in the laboratory of the Osborn building, Professor Connors was very happy. The gene therapy agent has achieved simulated success and has been injected into experimental mice. However, the final result has not yet been observed. Only after this Level 1 section is completed can the human body test of the next Level 1 section be carried out. However, the Osborn people have run out of patience. A man in a suit and tie found Professor Connors, who was none other than Norman Osborn's assistant Niles. Professor Connors, Mr. Osborn is very pleased to hear that your research has progressed. Now, human experiments can be carried out. Professor Connors was a little worried. What? Do human experiments now? We only succeeded in the simulation. Although we injected the experimental mice with the drug, we are not sure if there are any side effects. Also, primates, not human experiments, should be the next step. Niles reminded Professor Connors, Mr. Osborn can't wait anymore. He doesn't have much time. Professor Connors still can't accept it. After all, this is a semi-finished product. Once the human experiment is carried out, if unknown changes occur, it is said that there will be no dire consequences. Even if you want to conduct human experiments, where do you find people who volunteer to conduct human experiments? Niles looked at it with a calm face. So what? They won't know what it is. To them, it's just a common cold medicine. I know a place, a veterans hospital. Professor Connors was angry. Are you joking? Before the results of the experimental mice came out, human experiments were carried out, and the people who were tested were kept from it. Connors picked up the materials and was about to leave, but Niles grabbed Connors' broken arm. I don't think so, because all pharmaceutical companies do this. Niles went on to persuade, what a righteous statement, if it was 15 years ago, it would have been more convincing. Richard Parker had all the glory back then, and you've been in rags until now. Connors panicked. This has nothing to do with me. Did you tell his son that too? I do not know what you're talking about. You don't know? Or do you mean you don't want to know? Let me remind you that it was Richard Parker who chose to say no, not you. Professor Connors has already lost in momentum. Niles continued to add, time is running out, Professor Connors. Connors hesitated, saw his broken arm, and finally made up his mind, I won't do this. Niles didn't have the slightest hesitation. Very well, then I will officially notify you. Your laboratory is closed. All experimental results belong to Osborn Corporation. You can take nothing with you. Also, your broken arm may not be able to be reborn like this experimental mouse. Niles left arrogantly, leaving only Connors in the laboratory. Connors sat quietly in a daze in his laboratory, looking at his research, looking at his broken arm, and fell into some kind of madness. Finally made up his mind, Connors started to make gene therapy medicine. Before night fell, Connors injected himself with the potion he had just made, waiting for the potion to take effect. At the moment when the injection was completed, Professor Lizard was born. In Su-Yi's opinion, today is another ordinary day. Calculate the time. Pepper is on a business trip and should be back today. Go find her today, and it's time to complete the last step. Su-Yi teleports outside Pepper's apartment and wants to surprise Pepper. However, there was no response after pressing the doorbell for a long time. The strengthening hearing did not hear any movement in the house. Maybe he's still working? Su-Yi probably guessed Pepper's location. Go to Tony's house. Su-Yi teleported again, only this time, instead of appearing in the underground studio, she appeared outside the villa. Through the gate, Su-Yi communicated with Tony. Hey, Tony, I'm here. Let me in. Tony was very happy when he saw Su-Yi outside the door. Oh, Sue, long time no see. Come in by yourself. Su-Yi teleported to the living room again, and then walked to the basement. So troublesome. Tony looked very happy. Sue, I'm glad you learned to inform the owner of the villa. Stop talking nonsense, I'm not here to find you. Pepper looked helpless. Sue, you came at a very bad time. I am reporting to him. Your appearance will delay at least 10 minutes. Sui was also very helpless and came to Pepper and hugged Pepper. I just miss you a little bit. Me too, but I still have work to do. I'm waiting for you. Because of Sui's sudden appearance, the report work was interrupted, and Pepper could only continue the report from where it was interrupted. It took 4 or 5 minutes to complete the report. It can be seen that nuclear energy has indeed achieved certain results, but it is not enough to support the Stark industry. Right now, Stark Industries' business is completely tilted towards energy. However, it's not enough to go back to the old days. Tony is also very helpless. I'm already researching a new type of drone, which will be mass-produced soon. Drones, just what these drones are for, then went completely off track. A mysterious guest drone with a fish tank on its head creates an illusion of many elements. Most of the drones have been confiscated by certain departments and used for reconnaissance and even as weapons. Sue, what do you think of the drone idea? All I can say is, it's a good idea. It can only be said that the idea is a good idea, but the usefulness of the finished product cannot be determined by Tony. Pepper, the report is finished. Is there anything else to do next? Pepper looked at the work at hand. There may be some more. You are the CEO of the company now. Shouldn't you hire an assistant? Tony, you can't be so stingy, can you? Tony immediately explained, Hey, it's not my fault. I've hired her an assistant. Pepper also explained, It's just that the company's situation is a bit bad, so I will be a bit busy as the CEO. I have to go home, and then I have to look at a few documents. I'll drive you back. Pepper was also in a better mood. Thank you, Sue. Tony, I'm leaving first. Bye-bye. Sui took Pepper home. It could be seen that Pepper was really busy recently and looked haggard. Seeing Pepper's appearance, Sui felt a little distressed. Fortunately, I have the water of life. Sui drove Pepper home, but Pepper was a little tired, not in the mood to talk, and even fell asleep. Sui was very witty and didn't bother Pepper. When they arrived downstairs in the apartment, when Sui was about to take Pepper home, Pepper woke up. Oh, I'm so sorry, I fell asleep. It's okay, we're home now. Pepper opened the door and let Sui also enter the room. Thank you for taking me home, Sue, but I'm just too busy. It's okay, I just need a few minutes. Pepper sighed, okay, what do you want to say? Sui approached Pepper and hugged Pepper. I don't want to say anything, I just want to give you a shoulder and let you relax. Thank you, Sue. The two had a brief moment of tenderness. I have to work. Wait, I have another gift for you. Although Pepper was very happy and excited, his physical fatigue made Pepper unable to show it at all. Thank you, Sue. Sui took out the water of life. This is the water of life, which can prolong life, delay aging, make you look younger, and relieve your fatigue. Pepper was a little surprised. Are you sure this is a good thing, not those poisonous things? This is something I got from other universes, not something that makes people hallucinate. Persuaded by Sui, Pepper took a drop of eau-de-vie. Immediately, I felt refreshed, as if my body had been nourished, and my fatigue was swept away. Instead, it was an extremely comfortable feeling. Sue, this feeling is so comfortable. In the future, you can experience a more comfortable feeling. The two had a brief intimacy for a while, and Pepper regained his energy and thought about work again. Sue, it's time for me to work. I'll stay with you for a while. Pepper couldn't hold back Sui, so he could only let Sui stay. On the other hand, Gwen was home, as usual. Although he obtained the super ability and the symbiote battle suit, he never had the opportunity to use it. Tonight, my father George is also at home. As a result, George received another call. Water? A tall green monster appeared on the bridge, like a lizard man. George's house is not far from the bridge, so at this moment, it is natural to rush there immediately. Helen, I have to get out. Be safe. When Gwen heard the news, she was extremely excited. She knew that her chance had come. So, I immediately said, hello, Mom. I'm going back to my room. I might go to bed early. Okay. Gwen quietly returned to her room and locked the door. Immediately called Sui first. Sue, a lizard man monster was found on the bridge. My father has passed, and I have to act now. After hanging up the phone, the symbiote battle suit was instantly covered and then climbed out of the window. The whole person shuttled between the tall buildings at a speed no slower than George, who was driving. Sui was at Pepper's house, and the moment she received the call, she was stunned. Professor Lizard showed up. It seemed a bit early. Peter is probably still doing battlesuits now. Forget it, no matter so much. Go and have a look first. If possible, just let Gwen catch Professor Lizard. Pepper, I may have something to do. I have to leave first. Pepper didn't ask much, just bid farewell to Sui with a kiss. Be safe. I'll be back tonight. Before Pepper finished speaking, Sui had already left. I was not ready before, but now I am ready, but because of busy work, I have to give up this idea temporarily. Sui disappeared in a blink of an eye and appeared on the bridge in a teleportation. Professor Lizard has completely turned into a human-shaped lizard at this moment. In order to find Nels, he started to destroy the bridge unscrupulously. Professor Lizard, it's also good to use it for Gwen to practice. When Sui appeared, the lizard Professor Connors had already begun to wreak havoc. Vehicles were blocked on the bridge, and people could only abandon their vehicles and run away. Some vehicles were overturned, others were destroyed. Most of the vehicles are empty. Fortunately, Professor Lizard's goal is not these ordinary people, but Assistant Niles. Niles is sitting in the car at the moment, ready for the next step. Let the genetic medicine be put into the human experiment link. The purpose of Professor Lizard is very simple, which is to prevent Niles from taking everything in the laboratory. Gradually, Professor Lizard began to lose control. Even started throwing the vehicle into the river. Sui knew that he couldn't wait for Gwen to come, so he had to rescue first. Sui casts his symbiote cobweb to catch the vehicles about to be thrown into the river. Professor Lizard also discovered the existence of Sui, but at this moment, Professor Lizard was already close to madness. He didn't care about it at all, and continued to chase the target Niles unscrupulously. Sui saved a few people who almost fell, and Gwen finally appeared on the scene swinging cobweb. I'm here, what am I going to do? Save them and stop that lizard monster. Gwen was a little eager to try, and Sui also told Gwen some things that a superhero should do. Definitely, Sui also believed in Gwen. Gwen not only has this character, but also this ability to become an excellent superhero. Sui rescued passersby while Gwen took the initiative to stop Professor Lizard. Hey lizard monster, I can't let you keep doing this damage. Professor Lizard already has a beastly personality at this moment. When Gwen appeared, Professor Lizard seemed to be provoked and immediately counterattacked the sudden appearance of Gwen. Gwen's reaction speed was not slow, and he blocked it immediately. However, this nearly 3-meter-tall lizard professor is bigger and stronger. This is Professor Lizard's first transformation. His physical fitness and strength have not yet reached the strongest level, but they are still stronger than Gwen's. Gwen still felt the huge amounts of strength, and comparing strength head-on, it definitely couldn't be compared. Fortunately, Gwen is still very smart and immediately realized this and began to hone herself. Sui watched from afar and stepped forward to help clear the crowd. After a while, George appeared with a group of law enforcers. I saw the scene on the bridge and also saw Sui and others. What the hell is this? Are you sure you're not filming a sci-fi movie? I knew that the lizard people were real. This must be an alien conspiracy. George looked at his subordinates, all a little speechless. Hands up, you're surrounded. George's target is not Professor Lizard, but Sui, because Sui blocks their way past. Sheriff George, this monster is not something you can handle. George still has a good impression of Sui, the spider bully. After all, Sui saved Gwen. However, he didn't believe Sui's words at all. This is our responsibility and should be handled by us. I repeat, raise your hands and surrender immediately. Otherwise, you will also be our target. Sui was unmoved. Sheriff George, there are always some things that are beyond your understanding, and there are always some things that are beyond the scope of your ability. Therefore, you should hand over this matter to someone with a higher ability, people to deal with. George's attitude was also very firm. I haven't received any news from above, and you haven't received any authorization. I say it one last time, hands up now. Otherwise, I'll fire. Sui was very helpless. You can try it. You should have interrogated those gangsters, and you should know that bullets are useless to me. Not only for me, but also for them. Sergeant George still didn't believe it, so he took out his pistol and emptied the magazine. However, no matter where it hits, it has no effect. At such a close distance, he does not dodge or avoid and blocks bullets hard. George also finally believed in Suyi's ability, which is not something they can solve. The two sides were at war with each other, and they almost started fighting directly. Just then, Gwen's voice came from behind. "Help!" Sui turned around suddenly and saw the situation at the moment. Professor Lizard realized that the situation was wrong, and he didn't want to continue entanglement. Several cars were thrown out immediately and thrown into the river. You know, there are still people in these cars. Afterwards, Professor Lizard fled away immediately. Faced with such a situation, Gwen also knew that she had to save people first. However, there were too many vehicles thrown by Professor Lizard. Gwen took half a second to make a judgment and immediately chose to ask Sui for help. Sui looked at the 5 cars that were about to fall in the air, and Gwen had already set out to rescue them. But the speed is limited after all, and it is definitely impossible to save 5 cars in time. Sui teleported and appeared beside the bridge in a flash. The symbiote battlesuit immediately turned into tentacles and grabbed the farthest 3 cars, while Gwen grabbed 2 cars with 1 in each hand. It's troublesome if you can't fly, otherwise, just fly over and catch them all. Sui and Gwen worked together to rescue the vehicle and everyone in it. Passers-by thanked one after another, but Gwen was not very happy. George led people to surround him, and Professor Lizard had already run away, so Sui and Gwen could only be dealt with. However, Sui brought Gwen, and a teleportation appeared in Gwen's room. The symbiote battlesuit has been turned into a bracelet, and Gwen has returned to normal. It's just that the first action failed. Gwen was in a bad mood, hugged Sui and began to apologize. "Sorry, I missed him and let him run. And I didn't expect that the symbiote battlesuit can catch multiple targets. In fact, I won't bother you to save them. If I didn't ask you to help, you should be able to catch him too. You said I was destined to be a superhero, but I screwed up this operation." Sui patted Gwen on the back. "It's okay, you have done a good job. I believe you will do better in the future. Even if you have experienced a lot of superheroes, you can't solve things all at once. They will encounter new enemies, encounter unpredictable emergencies, and encounter situations beyond the scope of their abilities. You have to judge correctly. When you were sure that you couldn't save everyone, you called me for help. Also, defeating monsters is not the only task. We have to save people and find the root of the problem." Only then did Gwen feel better. "Thank you for comforting me, Sue." The two were chatting in the house, and Gwen's mother Helen passed by and heard some voices. "Gwen, is there anyone in your room? I think I heard someone you were talking to." Gwen was a little flustered and immediately thought of an explanation. "Sue and I are on the phone." "I'm really sorry to bother you." You continue to chat. Gwen lied to her mother and felt much better. "Sue, can you stay? I can stay with you for a while. Your father will come back soon. I don't want him to find out." "A little while is enough, thank you, Sue." Sui left early to find Pepper. When he returned to Pepper's apartment again, Pepper had fallen asleep on the table. It can only be said that since taking over as CEO, Pepper's attributes of a strong woman have been fully activated, and she is working every day. Sui will not stop Pepper from living the life she wants, but will also make her pay attention to rest. "Stay here tonight." When Pepper woke up, she was shocked to find Sui by her side. "Sue, why are you here?" "I told you I'll be back, but I didn't expect you to fall asleep on the table." Pepper could also imagine what Sui did, just set herself up and rest beside her. "Thank you, Sue. Maybe you can say thank you in a different way. We should probably only have a little over half an hour, if you think that's enough time. I can't wait to lock Tony up now and give you a vacation." Pepper smiled and said, "Don't do it. I will only be busier if you take him away." After lying down for a while, the two of them were about to get busy on their own. Pepper still has to work, and Sui has to wash up and go to school. In addition to this task today, there is another big task, which is to get rid of Professor Lizard. When I came to school, Peter was in the classroom early. Peter has already learned about the appearance of Professor Lizard last night. "Sue, I have something I want to talk to you about." Sue didn't refuse either. The two found a remote place in the school and started talking. The lizard man last night, you and Gwen were dealing with it. It's me and Gwen. I heard he ran away. Is there anything I can do to help? I haven't made the battlesuit yet, but there's always something I can do. Seeing Peter's tense look, S.H.I.E.L.D knew that Peter was inclined to become a superhero. There really are. What is it? Go to the Osborn building, Professor Connor's laboratory, and report to Professor Connors. Peter was smart and immediately understood what S.H.I.E.L.D meant. You mean, that lizard man is Professor Connors? Professor Connors has been researching gene medicine. The most important direction is to use lizard gene to treat amputated limbs. Simulations for this study have been successful and, moreover, have been tested on a laboratory mouse. According to the steps, at least wait for the results of the experimental mice before proceeding to the next test. At least, according to the current situation, it is impossible to conduct human testing. I'll take time off and go to Osborn Mansions. If it is really Professor Connors, I will persuade him and stop him from making mistakes. Peter was ready, and then he skipped class and went to the Osborn building. When I came to the Osborn building, Professor Connors' laboratory, there was no one in the laboratory. Peter was waiting for Professor Connors in the laboratory, but he didn't wait for Professor Connors. However, Peter also found out. There are production records. It was produced last night, and earlier today, more genetic medicines were produced. Peter fell silent, not knowing why Professor Connors did this. Is it really a side effect of genetic medicine? Why did Professor Connors inject himself with medicine? Could it be because of a broken arm? But why not wait for the results of the experimental mice? Why not follow the normal process? Experimental rats, yes, experimental rats. Peter came to the lab rat, ready to watch the lab rat. It was unexpectedly discovered that the container containing the experimental mice was destroyed, and the two experimental mice disappeared. Suddenly, Peter heard a small voice. Peter followed the sound and saw that in the corner, the experimental mouse injected with the genetic drug had mutated, and the other ordinary experimental mouse has become a ration. Peter knew something was wrong. That lizard man last night must be Professor Connors. Without hesitation, Peter hurriedly dealt with the mutant mouse to avoid escaping. The other side hurriedly chose to report. I want to report. I found a clue about the lizard man last night. Peter didn't know how things turned out like this, but what he had to do now was to stop Professor Connors. George received the report and immediately rushed to the Osborn building with people. Osborn's staff were still wondering what was going on and were surrounded. Niles hurriedly stopped. You have no right to conduct searches. Actually, we have the right. We have been informed that the lizard man who appeared last night has something to do with your company. Impossible. Who reported it? Peter stood up. I reported it. I'm Professor Connors' assistant. We're working together on gene therapy agents. Simply put, we use lizard genes to treat human limbs. We've done preliminary tests with lab mice. What happened last night made me very uneasy. I planned to ask Professor Connors this morning, Lizard Man. However, before I waited for Professor Connors, I discovered that the experimental mouse injected with the genetic drug had mutated and had lizard genes. George also understood. You mean, he injected himself with the unfinished genetic medicine, so he became a lizard man? This should be. George immediately ordered, seal the laboratory. Niles couldn't stop it, but fortunately, Professor Connors' research still had a backup. Peter immediately reminded, Professor Connors made several genetic medicines earlier today. Maybe he will continue to inject. It might make him stronger, and at the same time, it might make him lose his mind. George was confident. I know what to do, kid. Maybe I can make an antidote and help him return to normal. I believe that his nature is kind. George was a little impatient. Son, do you know what he did last night? He caused major economic losses and almost caused many casualties. He is no longer the professor you are familiar with, maybe more like a lizard. George led people to block the laboratory and also led people to search Professor Connors' villa. Niles even drove Peter out of the building directly and then hurriedly reported what happened to Norman Osborn. Peter was not idle either. Sue, you guessed right, that lizard monster should be Professor Connors. However, he made a few genetic medicines, which are now missing. I plan to make an antidote to treat Professor Connors. However, I can't enter the laboratory now. Sui also knows that this is Spider-Man, who always wants to save everyone, even if the opponent is a villain. So he persuaded, don't worry, there is still some time, we can discuss countermeasures together. In the underground of the city, Connors was holding the prepared genetic medicine, ready to continue the injection. But soon, Connors received the news that he had been notified. Stupid human beings, I am smarter and stronger. I am the direction of evolution. I am the future. That's right, I can help humans complete evolution. No one can stop me, not anyone. Connors fell into madness, ready to turn the entire city into lizard men. To this end, Connors thought of a way. In the Osborn building, there is a machine. Through this machine, the potion can be spread throughout the city, turning everyone into lizard men. Thinking of this, Connors immediately started to act. Continue to make genetic medicine and prepare to inject yourself to make yourself stronger. On the other side, Sui, Gwen, and Peter drank coffee at the coffee shop and briefly discussed how to deal with it. In fact, Sui already knew the direction of the plot and made a plan. Professor Lizard Connors will plan to make potions next, and use the machines in the Osborn building to launch the genetic potions and spread them throughout the city. At that time, the people in the whole city will become lizard people. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow night, that day isn't too far away. So, these few nights, we have to be ready to fight. Peter froze. Water? Sue, how do you know? My super ability can occasionally predict some future events. Gwen didn't ask about ability, but about the next battle plan, so what should we do? Peter hasn't made the battle suit yet, so it's not convenient to come out to fight at the moment. Gwen looked for an opportunity to enter the Osborn mansion and make an antidote. As for the battle, leave it to me. This time, I will catch him directly and use the antidote to help him detoxify. Peter said, oh, there should be a production method in the computer, in the XX folder. After receiving the message, Gwen immediately said, I understand. Now Peter only hates that he hasn't made the battle suit yet, so he can't participate in the battle. Otherwise, he can help more. However, he still believes in Suyi's ability. When the night came, Peter listened to the radio at home, waiting for the news wholeheartedly. Gwen was at home, ready to act. Sui found an opportunity and contacted Gwen's father, George. Hi, I'm George. Hello, Sheriff George, I'm Spider Bully. George suddenly became nervous. What's the matter with you? I found some clues about Professor Lizard. He will plan to make more potions to turn normal people into lizard monsters. And in this plan, there is a very critical prop, a machine in the Osborn building. This machine can launch genetic agents into the air and scatter them across the city. George didn't act immediately. How are you going to prove what you said? Are you going to wait for your family to turn into lizards? I'm not sure when he's going to attack the Osborn mansion, but you should at least have someone step up your patrol. Also, it's best to equip your people with gas masks to avoid inhaling potions and turning into lizard monsters. Hearing Suyi's reminder, George knew it was time to act. If you turn into a lizard monster, can you change back? If we can make an antidote, it can be transformed back in theory. However, I don't think anyone would want to have the experience of turning into a lizard, right? I will arrange personnel to patrol and strengthen the guard. George can only trust Sui and arrange for patrols. If Professor Lizard really appeared, and he had someone nearby, he would be able to evacuate the crowd immediately. George's men wondered why they were stepping up patrols in the neighborhood near the Osborn mansion. But this is an order after all, they can only obey. George's men patrolled the neighborhoods, keeping an eye out for Professor Lizard. In a certain block, several of George's men had just finished patrolling the neighborhood. Pull over the vehicle and get ready for a cup of coffee. Several people were drinking coffee and chatting. I really don't know what the boss thinks. How could Professor Lizard appear here? If he's not here, where is he? Maybe it's a garbage dump. Lizards should also like to eat garbage, right? I don't know, maybe. Suddenly, Professor Lizard emerges from a nearby sewer. Then start running down the street, ready to rush to the Osborn mansion. Little did they know that the vicinity of the Osborn building was under surveillance by George. As soon as Professor Lizard appeared, it caused panic among passers-by nearby. A few people who were still drinking coffee realized that something was wrong and hurried over to check. This is Group C. There was an abnormality near Group C. Some passersby were frightened and ran away. We are going to check the situation. Received. George received the information, checked the map immediately, and then mobilized personnel to pursue and intercept him further. The target is in Area C, heading towards the Osborne building. Evacuate people, surround him. Song Chuan heard the sound nearby and acted immediately. First bring Gwen over and let Gwen make the potion. Next, it was natural that Sui stepped forward to deal with Professor Lizard. George's men tried their best to stop Professor Lizard, but now Professor Lizard has become a full body. Unless an antidote is used, it will remain in lizard form forever. Professor Lizard in full body form is not afraid of bullets and allows the bullets to attack. It definitely hurts a little bit, but it doesn't hurt. Professor Lizard looked at the heavily armed law enforcement officers and knew that the potion could not infect them, so he had to choose another target and prepare to infect passersby. Or find a way to destroy the breathing masks of these law enforcement officers before using the potion. Fake death and wait for the enforcers to approach. Professor Lizard suddenly exploded, destroying the breathing mask. The medicine is broken, and the gas medicine spreads rapidly. People who breathed these medicines immediately felt unwell and began to mutate. Sui fell from the sky at this time, blocking Professor Lizard's way. Professor Lizard looked at Sui who appeared, but he didn't pay attention to Sui at all. Last time, he defeated Gwen with strength. In his opinion, Sui is similar to Gwen, and his strength should be similar. You can't stop me, I'm stronger and smarter than last time. I represent evolution, and I represent the future of mankind. Sui dismissed it, turning into a lizard. You tell me this is evolution? Stronger, smarter, longer life, that's evolution. Sui sneered, so, let me see your power after evolution. Professor Lizard was completely enraged and immediately rushed towards Sui. George saw Sui motionless from a distance, and Professor Lizard swooped over and suddenly fell into a panic. Shouldn't he also become a lizard monster? George couldn't imagine, if Sui also turned into a lizard monster, how strong would it be? However, the picture in George's imagination did not appear. Professor Lizard's arm was easily grabbed by Sui, and then he fell to the ground, as if the ground trembled. Finally, one foot stepped on Professor Lizard. Is this what you call evolution? Vulnerable. I easily subdued Professor Lizard. In the face of Sui's 10,000-ton strength, Professor Lizard seemed a bit inadequate. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't break free. Not only that, Song Chuan also bound Professor Lizard's hands with the symbiosis. Next, just wait quietly for Gwen to make the antidote. George approached cautiously. You caught him. Obviously, yes. George looked at the monster. What should I do next? I don't think ordinary prison cars can hold him. Don't worry, my friend is going to make the antidote. It will take some time. When the antidote is used, he and your subordinates can be treated and become ordinary people. George finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he dealt with a monster like Professor Lizard. Sui was right, such monsters were not something they could handle. Now, he can only trust Sui. After a while, Gwen took the antidote and swung over with Cobweb. But he noticed that George was nearby, and he was a little nervous. Coming to Sui, deliberately disguised his voice. I have completed the antidote. Heal them. Okay. Sui and Gwen split up, and soon, both the lizard professor and the infected were cured. Professor Lizard returned to normal, and Sui finally had a few words with Professor Connors. Professor Connors, do you really think that using this potion and turning into a lizard is evolution? Humans will eventually evolve, but this requires a process. If you do this, you will only lead humans astray. Professor Connors couldn't believe it. He was already extremely powerful. But in front of Sui, he was vulnerable. Sui's power is unfathomable. It's like a god. Are you really human? How could you be so strong? I am definitely a human being, but I stepped on the road of evolution first. Humans need thousands of years of evolution, and I only need a few years. Professor Connors couldn't imagine that such a person actually appeared in the world. However, this has nothing to do with him. He had been taken by George's men. However, with George's ability, he definitely couldn't keep Professor Connors. It is estimated that S.H.I.E.L.D will definitely come forward and take Connors away. Even if it's not S.H.I.E.L.D, there will be other forces. In this country, there is no shortage of such people. For example, General Ross researched serum and created the Green Titan. For example, Wilhelm Stryker, who specializes in catching mutant for research. It is still unknown who Connors will fall into in the end and what the final outcome will be. Maybe there will be another day in the future. Taking advantage of George and others not paying attention, S.H.I.E.L.D teleported away with Gwen and left the scene. Gwen was very excited, so our mission is completed. It's finished, but no one knows what will happen next. Professor Connors will definitely not be put in prison. Maybe he will be taken away by a certain force and let him continue his research. Gwen couldn't believe it. Impossible. You still underestimate the greed and ambition of these people. I can tell you that since the birth of the captain, there are still many forces that are preparing to copy the captain's super serum. Gwen knew what that meant, that there would be more and more superhumans. Once these superpowers lose control, it will be a catastrophe. Oh, that's really bad. This is just a part of it, and there are some more dangerous ones. In this world, there is a kind of people called mutants. They have acquired super abilities due to genetic mutations. And in the official organization, there are people who will hunt down these mutants and use them for experiments. Gwen could imagine that these experiments would definitely not be ordinary experiments, but experiments aimed at mutant genes and super abilities. This process will not be very gentle. So, Gwen, you have to pay attention to safety in the future, not only these supervillains, but also the relevant departments. Gwen nodded. I will. Sue, if I'm really caught, will you come to rescue me? Definitely, I won't let you get hurt. Gwen was very moved and chatted with Sue in the room. Not long after, George came home. After being busy for so long, Connors was taken away. The most important thing is that he can't stop it at all. The forces behind the opponent are too powerful. It is definitely impossible to say not to be angry. However, it is a happy thing to finally get rid of Professor Lizard. Oh, it seems that I have to go back first. Good night. S.H.I.E.L.D returned to her home system, take an inventory of the achievements of the Lizard Professor incident. Ding, the host defeated Lizard Professor Connors. The fate of Lizard Professor Connors has been changed, and he has obtained 4,000 fate points. Gwen's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 1,000 fate points. Peter's fate has been changed, and he has obtained 150,000 fate points. Extra gain the intelligence of Professor Connors. Professor Connors' intelligence? Not bad. This intelligence includes the knowledge and research of Professor Connors. With this knowledge, S.H.I.E.L.D can make lizard genetic medicine. Definitely, an antidote can also be made. If S.H.I.E.L.D continues to study, it is possible to completely solve this problem and perfect the genetic medicine. My intelligence has reached level LV6. I wonder if I can go further after integrating Connor's intelligence. There are 224W fate points. I feel very good. S.H.I.E.L.D took an early break while Peter is still working on web shooters. Peter has always felt that he should take more responsibility for the Lizard Professor Connors incident. Because of his appearance, Professor Connors completed the semi-finished medicine. It was this half-finished potion that turned Professor Connors into Professor Lizard. I should have stopped Professor Connors. I should also become a Spider-Man and use my ability to help more people. Instead of holding back because of the problems and dangers that are coming. As long as I'm careful enough, and I'm good enough, I can handle this. Peter's web shooters has finally succeeded, and the battle suit has also been initially completed. It's just that Peter is not very satisfied with the materials of the battle suit. Soon, Peter found the right material. On a new day, Peter came to school and met S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter thought about this matter for several days and finally had an answer. Sue, I have the answer. I want to be Spider-Man. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled. I've anticipated your choice, Spider-Man. I want you to train me, guide me, and make me a better Spider-Man. Seeing that Peter has such confidence, S.H.I.E.L.D is also very relieved. That's right, I'll do it. After you make the battle suit, next, we have to deal with a super villain hiding in the dark. Peter was vaguely excited. I'm going to deal with the bad guys now. Shouldn't I train first? Bad guys don't wait for you to get ready, and for every day you delay, more people are hurting. Then why don't you deal with him directly? Because he is not a villain who can be easily solved by force. At the same time, this is a test for you and Gwen. Peter is very confident. I will do my best to deal with this matter well. The opponent S.H.I.E.L.D prepared for Peter and Gwen was naturally Jean Bing. Gwen and Peter could beat him easily if it was just fighting. But the key issue is the follow-up processing. After Jean was arrested, with Jean Bing's ability, you can still be at ease. Unless the gold is directly hammered with evidence. Then cut off his outer wings. Only in this way can Jean Bing and the darkness behind him be uprooted. After school in the afternoon, S.H.I.E.L.D drove Gwen and Peter away from the school. The purpose is very clear. It is Daredevil Matt's law firm. S.H.I.E.L.D had gone one step ahead and contacted Fergie and made an appointment with Fergie and Matt on the grounds of discussing business. Inside Nelson Murdoch's law firm, Foggy and Matt drank coffee, waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D and others to come to their door. Finally, the big case came, which made Fergie very excited. Once successful, not only can you earn a lot of legal fees, but you can also spread the name of the law firm. Matt, today is a big customer. We must take the case forward. Matt stared intently. No problem. Although it was already off-duty time, the two were both the boss and employees of the firm. It is normal to work overtime for yourself when you encounter a big case at this moment. While the two were waiting patiently, they were waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D, a big customer, to come to their door. Finally, S.H.I.E.L.D showed up with Gwen and Peter. Fergie didn't expect that S.H.I.E.L.D and others were today's customers, and they seemed too young. Hello, you should be Attorney Fergie and Attorney Matt? Fergie was a little surprised. Yes, we are. Are you going to entrust us? S.H.I.E.L.D smiled. That's right, I was the one who contacted you. The commission is not a problem. The important thing is that this case may be a bit difficult. Fuji immediately reassured and said, although our law firm has just been established, we are all professionals. No matter what the problem is, we can help you solve it. Matt is blind, but has sharper hearing. At close range, breathing pulses can even be heard. At this moment, he could hear the breathing and heartbeat of the three of S.H.I.E.L.D. and felt that the three of them were unusual. Of course we trust you, so we choose your law firm. Fergie was very happy. I don't know, what do you want to entrust? S.H.I.E.L.D took out a photo, and the person in the photo was Jean Bing. We want to prosecute this person. Fergie looked at the photo and said the man's name, Wilson Faith G. Matt froze for a moment when he heard the name. Matt turns into Daredevil at night, fighting for justice and fighting bandits. Recently, I got some clues. In the darkness of the city, with an underground emperor, this man is Jean Bing. Jean Bing's original name was Wilson Faith. Matt was a little worried. As soon as he found out about Jean Bing, someone came to his door. Has your identity been exposed? If it's really Jean Bing's person, I'm afraid Foggy will be in danger. Matt is full of doubts about S.H.I.E.L.D and others, worrying about the real purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D and others. But Fergie didn't know this. He was just a little curious. He is a well-known capitalist and philanthropist here. What's the problem? S.H.I.E.L.D lowered his voice. In fact, he is the king of the city's underground forces. Many crimes in this city are rooted in this person. It's just a pity that at present, we have not obtained specific evidence. So, we want to ask for your help. Fergie has some hesitation and is preparing to take on this task. Matt stopped Fergie. Who are you? S.H.I.E.L.D knew Matt suspected. With an idea, the symbiote battle suit covers itself. Seeing this, Gwen also chose to confess her identity. Only Peter, watching the transformation of the two, was a little embarrassed. I didn't bring a battlesuit with me, and even if I did, I couldn't change it in person. Hey, Sue, you didn't say you were going to transform into a battle? S.H.I.E.L.D explained, it's not about fighting, it's about showing your identity. Fergie was shocked. S.H.I.E.L.D and Gwen in front of him were the superheroes who solved Professor Lizard. At this moment, it actually appeared in front of him. S.H.I.E.L.D continued, Attorney Matt, Daredevil, and Attorney Fergie, we need your help. Gwen froze. Sue, is Lawyer Matt the Daredevil? Fergie couldn't believe that his best friend, Matt, was actually Daredevil. You know, they're studying law. As a result, Matt actually turned into Daredevil to fight criminals. Matt, you are Daredevil? I don't even know. We are lawyers, and I think we should use the law to uphold justice. Matt explained, by the time justice comes, those victims may have died. I didn't judge them, I just caught them. Only then did Fergie breathe a sigh of relief, fearing that his good brother would make a mistake and become an outlaw. Matt looked at Sui. How did you know my identity? It's just my super ability. As Tony Stark said, the world is at stake and needs a lot of superheroes. Heroes like you are also indispensable. So, we've come to ask for your help. I hope you will help us collect evidence together so that Kim can stand trial. Matt asked, do you know how complicated it is? During this time, more people will be hurt because of him. Sui said with a smile, I know. So here we are. We can help you and help as many people as possible. Matt was already a little extreme at the moment. I think the best way is to send him to hell. Fergie hurriedly stopped. Walter? Matt, I don't think you are this kind of person. We can judge him through formal procedures. We are not God, and we don't have the ability to judge him. Sui continued, if you want to kill Jean Bin, it's easy. I can rush right now and send him to hell with one punch. However, I don't want to do that. Because at this moment, we still have a choice. I hope you will use your professional abilities to send him in. We will also help you and collect evidence. Fergie looked at this photo, extremely determined. I'm next. He almost turned my good friend into an outlaw. He must be a heinous man. I will use my method to arrest him. I will not let my best friend become a criminal in the future. Fergie was extremely determined and chose to leave. Matt called out immediately, Fergie, Fergie. Matt knew, too, that Fergie was angry. Not because he concealed Daredevil's identity, but because he was ready to break the law and become an outlaw. Matt finally made a decision. I say yes. You're right. We still have options, and we don't have to use such extreme measures. After uniting with Daredevil, it is much easier to deal with Jean. It's just that Peter and Gwen may be busy in the coming days. After all, Daredevil does most of his action at night, and they presumably will be at night as well. The three joined hands to crack down on criminals, making Jean miserable. One Daredevil has had enough for him, and it turns out a Spider-Man and a ghost spider. Jean Bin was also extremely angry and wanted to eradicate the three of them. It's just that I don't know how to retaliate because I don't have any clues about the three people. If Daredevil is still an ordinary person with relatively strong combat power, then Spider-Man is even more outrageous. Ghost Spider-Gwen is not even afraid of bullets. For this reason, Jean Bing was also very distressed. Sui was very happy. Gwen and Peter made rapid progress and gradually became able to be independent. The collection of evidence for Jean Bin is also slowly advancing. When all this was going smoothly, Sui got good news that the newspaper office was closed. That's right, Sui opened a newspaper. In the world of comics, many superheroes are related to newspaper offices. Superman and Louise work for Global Daily. Peter, Betty, and Eddie Venom also work on the Daily Bugle. The Flash's girlfriend Iris also founded the Midtown Daily. Peggy, who has a close relationship with Matt and Fergie, also worked as a reporter. Therefore, Sui also plans to open a newspaper. After the last time, Betty's mother, Bella, was fully recovered and invited Sui to visit. When Sui was a guest, she told Bella about it. Bella was originally a reporter, but lost her job because of illness. Now that I am in good health, I naturally have to look for a job again. Sui told Bella about her idea of starting a newspaper, invited Bella to join, and asked Bella to be responsible for these things. Bella was very grateful to Sui for saving her life, and, because of the relationship between Sui and Betty, Bella agreed immediately. Now that Sui has given her another job, Bella naturally cherishes it very much. After busy work, I finally got the newspaper office down. Qualification permits, as well as office apartments, are rented out. Next, recruit a few more reporters and start working. Bella specifically told Sui the good news and invited Sui to have dinner at home. Sui went to the appointment as scheduled, and Betty welcomed Sui warmly. Bella, you look better. After taking the water of life, Bella not only regained her health, but even became younger. Bella took the initiative to give Sue-E a brief hug. "Thank you, Sue. I don't even know how to thank you." "You're welcome." Bella quickly prepared the food, and the three gathered around the table to eat together. Now that the newspaper office has been settled, the only thing left is to recruit staff. As long as journalists are recruited, we can officially start working. I'll leave it to you to interview and recruit employees. I'm not very familiar with this aspect. I trust you, Bella. Betty also said, "I'm about to graduate soon, and I can also join a newspaper and become a reporter." Bella was a little unhappy when she heard Betty's thoughts. "Betty, I think you should go on to college, not start working after high school." Betty suddenly became a little unhappy. "Reading is not my forte, nor is it my favorite career. I want to be like you and become a reporter." Bella hesitated for a while and finally chose to agree. "Okay, but you have to pass the interview. If you can't, you can only do an internship first." Betty got Bella's permission and was very happy. "That's great, Mom." Sue-E also encouraged, "I believe in Betty. She will definitely become an excellent reporter." Betty threw herself directly on Sue-E, holding Sue-E's arm. "Sue, you are so kind. I was just telling the truth." Bella continued, "My preliminary plan is to recruit 4 to 5 more reporters and then recruit a handyman. What do you think? Just listen to you. If you want to continue to expand, it's not impossible. Anyway, I have money." On this point, Sue-E was right. Since Obadiah's downfall, the shares have been recovered by Tony. Now, Tony is the largest shareholder and Sue-E is the second largest shareholder. It can be said that Sue-E is now laying down to make money, waiting for the dividends from Stark Industries. This feeling is definitely cool. He is not a well-known rich man, but he can still achieve a small goal. It is not suitable to continue to expand the scale now. It will be easier to expand the scale after the newspaper becomes famous. Also, Sue, our newspaper office, which aspect of business should we focus on next? The newspaper office is a small startup, so it must be able to choose only one direction for development. The name of our newspaper is Hero Daily, and the focus is definitely between heroes and gangsters. I know that this may be dangerous, and I will find a way to strengthen security. Bella also knew that if she offended some gangsters, she would be retaliated against. However, Bella is not afraid. As a reporter, courage is really necessary. And the newspaper's biggest news, Sue also has an idea, that is Gene Bin. When the time comes to join forces to eradicate Gene Bin, the newspaper can take advantage of reporting the news and gain a lot of popularity. The problem is, if you report to Gene Bin's men will definitely start revenge. Even Gene Bin's contacts will not sit idly by. Regarding security, Sue plans to ask Lao Tai for help. Find some excellent talents to be security guards and equip them with some high-tech products developed by Tony for protection. After the meal, Sue and Bella also discussed something about the newspaper office. Overall, Sue is satisfied with Bella's ability. Finally, after talking about work, Betty was free and alone with Sue. Taking Sue to his room, he hugged Sue impatiently. "Sue, I want you to guide me in singing." Looking at Betty's affectionate eyes, how could Sue not understand? "How is the sound insulation in this room?" "Don't worry about it. I will pay attention to it." Sue couldn't take care of so much anymore and began to teach Betty how to sing. From bass to treble, after all, the sound insulation of the room still failed to prevent Betty's singing from spreading. After Bella finished packing, she was ready to go back to her room to work. Passing Betty's room, I heard Betty's singing. From Bella's point of view, all this is normal. Sue looks young and handsome and also has a lot of wealth. And unlike Tony Stark, breaking up in a day, Bella is very satisfied with Sue and also believes that Sue and Betty can have a good relationship. Bella didn't bother the two of them, went back to her room, and continued to work. After working for about 2 hours, Bella finally finished her work. When he was about to go to the kitchen to get water to drink, he heard Betty still singing and couldn't help but look a little weird. When I came to the kitchen, I took out ice water from the refrigerator and took a few sips. It's clearly ice water, but I feel a little hotter in my heart. It's been more than 2 hours. Can Betty's throat take it? Sue left after having breakfast at Betty's house. She can only say that Betty's voice is in good condition and has not become hoarse. It's finally the weekend, time to rest. Sui has a new task today. I went to Tony's villa first and asked Tony, a tool man, to help develop security equipment. Afterwards, after a brief exchange with Pepper, she was driven away by the strong woman Pepper. Sui just lamented that he never found a chance. Sue, I have to go and I have to fly abroad. Sui felt a little helpless. Going on a business trip again? As you know, Stark Industries' business is spread all over the world. It is a bit false to say that it is spread all over the world, but it does have a lot of cooperation with Europe. Sui suddenly had an idea. You should be more relaxed on the plane, right? Pepper froze for a moment. Water. Sui could only whisper her plan into Pepper's ear, but Pepper immediately vetoed it. Sue, I still have a lot of information to read. Pepper offered a kiss and apologized. After all, both of them have confirmed their relationship for so long, and they haven't been able to complete the last step, which is simply amazing. In a week or so, I should be free. Sui finally became a little happier. That's great, otherwise, I should plan to kidnap the current CEO of Stark Industries. Pepper knew that Sui was just joking. Sue, it's better not to be like this. Definitely, though, I really think having a romantic dinner on a plane would be a pretty magical experience. I want to try too, but I really should go. Pepper has to go to work again. Sui can only find something to do by herself. In fact, Sui really has something to do, and for this, Sui also started to prepare. In the evening, Sui started planning. Driving a low-key luxury car, came to the Manhattan area. Sui stopped in front of a gallery. Vanessa Gallery. It was only recently that Sui learned that Jean Bin was still alone. So, Sui found Vanessa's information from the internet. Just looking at the photos and information introduction, Vanessa is still a very temperamental beauty. Sui came to the gallery today, ready to contact Vanessa, and even started her own beard-cutting plan. Jean Bin, oh Jean Bin, it seems that your bald head is about to turn green. Thinking of this, Sui walked into the gallery with a confident smile. There are many paintings in the gallery. Sui looked at one by one. The level is really good. Sui himself certainly doesn't have much appreciation for ability, but integrating his grandfather's template can be regarded as a slight improvement in the field of art. Sui stopped in front of a picture, looking at it, extremely surprised. This painting is still here? Hasn't Jean Bin been to this gallery yet? Sui remembers that in the episode, Jean Bin and Vanessa formed a relationship because of this painting. The art exhibition in this gallery started in the last few days, and Jean Bin seems to be a little busy in the past few days. So, I let Peter and Gwen fight the gangsters, which indirectly created an opportunity for me to steal the house. It can only be said that it was a coincidence. Sui was meditating in front of this picture and was spotted by Vanessa passing by. Vanessa noticed that this young man from the East was very handsome. He is obviously not a melancholy character, but he seems to have a soft spot for this painting. This painting is the true portrayal of her heart, loneliness. What do you see in this painting? Sui came back to his senses, turned his head slightly, and saw a beautiful woman. Sui had seen Vanessa's photos before, but she was still amazed when she saw the real person. Gwen, Betty, and Mary Jane are all pretty, but a little more youthful. Pepper is also very beautiful, wearing work clothes, very temperament. Wear an evening gown for a stunning look. Vanessa in front of her has short hair, wearing a white blouse and a white skirt that doesn't reach her knees. Originally, it was just an ordinary dress, but under Vanessa's own temperament, she was also very charming. Sui couldn't help sighing after just one glance. Sure enough, she is quite beautiful, even more beautiful than the actors in the drama. Sui turned around, looked at the painting, and gave her own answer, lonely. Vanessa continued to ask, "You look very young and attractive. In my opinion, you don't seem to be someone who would like this painting." You guessed it right, I really don't like this painting. However, I have looked all the way, and only this painting allows me to see a person's heart. I can't help but want to know more and want to do something. What Sui said hit Vanessa's heart, and it also changed Vanessa's attitude towards Sui. According to Vanessa, there is something about Sui that is attracting her. What do you want to do? I want to warm this lonely heart of yours with mine, Miss Vanessa. Faced with Su-Yi's proactive attack, Vanessa did not panic, but remained calm. As a painter, Vanessa has outstanding looks and has many suitors. The Su-Yi in front of her made her more interested. So, specifically, what are you going to do? It's simple and cliched. I thought, maybe a date, maybe a dinner together. It is indeed a bit cliched, but it is also a very useful method. Su-Yi didn't expect that Vanessa agreed. But it's normal, this is the West. If you see it right, one day is enough to do a lot of things. It is estimated that Vanessa is interested in herself, otherwise, she would definitely not agree to herself so easily. After chatting for so long, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Su-Yi, and you can also call me Sue. Sue. Ms. Vanessa, do you have time now? You mean, let me leave the gallery now and go on a date with you? Why not? The gallery is here, and you're not going to be happy here. Instead, do something meaningful. Vanessa slightly hesitated. Su-Yi also made sense. Anyway, most people are just ordinary people to Vanessa. They came to see and buy paintings. These people, the staff can handle. And finding someone who is interested is something you can't meet. Then let's go. Wait, I want to buy this painting. You want to buy this painting? I had an idea, I thought, of what to add to the painting when Lady Vanessa is no longer alone. Vanessa also looked at the painting carefully, and after a while, she said blankly, I can't think of it. So, I plan to buy it and think about it slowly. Vanessa didn't refuse, and greeted the staff on the side. Take this painting down, put it up, and I will give it to Mr. Su. Su-Yi was a little surprised. Give it to me? I'm also looking forward to what kind of good advice Mr. Su will give. Then I have to think about it. Su-Yi took the painting and invited the beauties, and she was in a good mood. However, Jean didn't know that his bald head was about to be dyed green. He invited Vanessa out for dinner. As for the place to eat, she also prepared in advance. This restaurant has a nice environment and a romantic atmosphere. The two chatted while eating. When Su-Yi was watching a drama, Jean Bing chatted with Vanessa, mainly about two things. The first thing is Jean Bing's tragic childhood experience. The second thing is that Kim expressed his desire to change the city and make it a better place. Su-Yi felt outrageous. Jean Bing's tragic experience certainly deserves sympathy. However, Jean Bing's method was brutal. Moreover, since then, Jean Bing's thoughts have gone astray. As for Jean Bing's desire to make the city a better place, that's even more outrageous. Become the king of the underground, let the crime run rampant, let the gangsters do whatever they want. Is this called becoming better? Fortunately, I showed up early, so I should be able to end Vanessa's relationship early. Otherwise, Vanessa is deeply involved, and it is really hopeless. Su-Yi seized the opportunity and took advantage of this opportunity to start capturing Vanessa's heart. In fact, everyone has a period of loneliness, and I am no exception. Vanessa is clearly interested in this passage, really. You should be able to tell that I'm not a native. I'm from the East, and I've lived a pretty happy life. In an accident, my parents passed away. So, I came here to live with my grandpa. However, not long after, my grandfather also passed away. During that time, I felt that there was no point in doing anything. Vanessa was really moved by this story. I'm sorry to hear this, but fortunately, you came out. I was bored for a long time, reading books and traveling. I finally understood one thing: life is meaningless. So, I started to try to change. I no longer look for meaning, I just want to find happiness. Let my life happiness is the only meaning. Vanessa's beautiful eyes flowed, and she listened patiently. It seems that you found it. Happiness? A part was found, but a part was missing. I will do good deeds to make others happy, and in this way, make myself feel happy. However, I feel that there is still a lack of a woman who can accompany me, let me get out of loneliness forever, and make me feel happy. I think, today, I found it. Vanessa is also a lonely person, and she is looking forward to it in her heart. Some people can feel their own loneliness, and some people can take themselves out of loneliness. At this moment, Vanessa is even more convinced that Su-Yi is that person. Sue, you're originally from the East. Why don't you go back to the East? Sui thought for a while and replied, I have a feeling that the person I'm looking for is here, so I didn't leave. Definitely, there is another reason. I am studying here. Vanessa has no doubts. She only thinks that Sui is an international student. International students have also reached the legal age, so there is nothing to worry about. So, Vanessa, what about you? Vanessa summoned up the courage to share her experience. My experience is similar to yours. I grew up in an orphanage. Because I like to draw and have the ability to draw, I was adopted. It's just that the new family is not perfect. I was financially independent and separated from the family before I went to university. Vanessa ignores what happened in her new home, but Sui can feel that the experience during this period may be worse than Vanessa's description. It was also that experience that made Vanessa still lonely until now, and it took Vanessa a lifetime to heal. Saying these things really ruined the romantic atmosphere, but it also made Vanessa open her heart. Sui said softly, I know, your new family may be worse than what you described. If you don't want to go into details, I won't force you either. I just want to give you a hug right now and tell you that it's over. Perhaps you will still recall that experience. However, in the future, you will feel the warmth now. Sui took the initiative to get up, came to Vanessa's side, and stretched out her hand. Vanessa watched gentleman Sui's actions, put one hand on Sui's hand, and stood up. The two were very close, and Vanessa naturally threw herself into Sui's arms. I feel it, it's warm. Sui said with a smile, in the future, you can feel more. After a while, Vanessa chose to leave, showing a beautiful smile. I feel much better. Perhaps it would be better this way. Sui chose to take the initiative to attack. Although Vanessa was stunned for a moment, she quickly immersed herself in it. After a while, the two separated. Vanessa's winking eyes are like silk, and her expression is a little more charming. Vanessa is not a twitchy little girl either. When I met Sui, I didn't want to miss it. At this moment, it feels like it's on the verge of breaking out. Vanessa does not intend to temporarily abandon rationality and make decisions based on her own feelings. Sue, I think it's time for us to go home. Can you take me back? Sui gently put her arms around Vanessa's waist. Definitely yes. The two went to the restaurant immediately, and Sui drove Vanessa home. Sui sent Vanessa into the apartment, originally planning to test it out slowly. Unexpectedly, Vanessa took the initiative, which surprised Sui a little. As soon as the door was closed, Vanessa took the initiative to invite Sui to the studio to paint. It took several hours, and the two worked together to complete the painting. Sui looked at the surrounding environment, with Vanessa leaning beside her. So, this is your bedroom, basically a bed in the studio? Vanessa whispered softly, it doesn't matter where you rest. Sui gently hugged the beauty in her arms and couldn't help sighing. When Vanessa was in the gallery, she looked very elegant, a perfect woman. But at home, it is minimalist. It can even be said that there is no feeling of home, more like a studio. The empty room is full of easels and half-finished paintings. This bed looked very abrupt, as if it was temporarily used for rest. Don't you like the mess? No, I just want to give you a real home. Vanessa was very moved. She didn't speak. She just quietly enjoyed the peace at this moment. Although she hasn't completely got rid of the feeling of loneliness, Vanessa feels very good at the moment. It's really different to have someone by your side. Sui felt a little pity, but also love. Vanessa, what's wrong? I have an idea about that painting, and I know what to add. When Vanessa heard what Sui said, she suddenly became interested, and she stood up. What do you think? I want to draw hearts on it. Vanessa felt a little unbelievable, Walter. Do you think the painting style is completely wrong and, moreover, a little too childish? Vanessa didn't hide her feelings. I feel this way, but you must have your own ideas when you say that, and I want to hear more. Sui continued, in the future, we will draw together, and every time we draw a picture, we will draw a love heart on that picture. When the whole picture is filled with hearts, I think you can only to feel loved, not alone. You may think that the approach is naive, just like a child. But the happiness of childhood is as simple as that. What do you think? Vanessa was slightly taken aback, as if it was the same reason. Sue, I want to draw a few more hearts. Sui gasped, but Vanessa is so brave. Can she persuade her? Come as soon as you come, I'm afraid of you? Is my LV6 physical fitness a joke? When Sui woke up early in the morning, she wanted to prepare a love breakfast. It turned out that Vanessa's house was empty, basically nothing. I can only go out and buy something by myself. When Sui returned to Vanessa's house, she saw Vanessa wearing a tulle-like shirt, anxiously looking for Suyi's trace. Seeing Sui appear, he threw himself into Suyi's arms. Sui had no choice but to put down the things in her hands and hugged Vanessa. It is estimated that Vanessa lacks a sense of security and has no relationship experience, so she is a little worried about gains and losses. Worried that Sui is a ruthless person who would leave after a one-night affair. Sue, don't worry, I won't leave you. Vanessa got better, stood on tiptoe, and offered a kiss. Well, that's pretty good. But I think we should eat something to replenish our strength first. Only then did Vanessa let go of Sui and let Sui be busy in the kitchen. Vanessa looked at Sui's back from the side and felt a deep love. I feel that my heart is being filled with love. This feeling made Vanessa smile involuntarily. This kind of smile is called happiness. Sui looked back and saw Vanessa looking at her like that. Stretching out a hand, Vanessa also understood Suyi's meaning and took the initiative to lean into Suyi's arms. Sui happened to be holding the beauty in one hand and preparing breakfast with the other. It can only be said that Western food is relatively simple, and Sui can handle it with one hand. Vanessa enjoyed the intimacy, which she hadn't felt before. The two had breakfast together, and Vanessa didn't want to go anywhere. She just wanted to cuddle up with Sui. Anyway, today is the day off, so Sui might as well stay another day. Accompany Vanessa to the gallery and bring that painting home. In the evening, it is natural to have the part of drawing love together. While Sui is busy, Peter, Gwen, and Daredevil Matt have big moves tonight. According to Daredevil's clues, he is going to destroy a den of Gene Bin tonight. The three of them acted together and entered an empty and abandoned building. The culprit was indeed found, but it was completely different from the clues. Daredevil's hearing was the first to hear that something was wrong. Be careful. Something is wrong. The three discussed carefully, waiting for more clues from Daredevil Matt. The personnel here have been transferred, but there are other discoveries. So found out. It seems that some gangsters have captured a person, and this person may be very critical. Under Matt's command, the three soldiers divided into three groups and continued to move forward. Finally, I saw what happened here. A group of bandits captures an enforcer. The three of them already had some tacit understanding and immediately cooperated to attack from multiple directions. Get ready to catch these gangsters and rescue the hostages. Just as the three of them were acting, sirens sounded from outside. It is a good thing for them to have law enforcers. The three decided to act quickly and then prepared to leave. However, the gangsters were also very thoughtful and actually took hostages and threatened the three of them. Don't come here, otherwise I will kill him. Seeing this, the three of them could not act rashly and must protect the safety of the hostages. Gwen knew that this was the time for her to play. The symbiote turned into a thin thread, traveling across the ground. The bandit didn't even notice the slender symbiote until it crawled up his arm. All of a sudden, the culprit's hand was bound, so that the culprit's hand couldn't move at all. What is this? Just when the gangster was surprised, the three of Gwen quickly attacked and took down the gangster. All the gangsters were caught, and a small team of law enforcement outside rushed in. The law enforcers are here, and our mission has been completed. Retreat. Boom. A gunshot pierced the night sky, and the three immediately became vigilant. He thought that the law enforcement officers had opened fire on him, but he didn't expect that the one who fell was the previous hostage. The three of them looked confused. Didn't you come to rescue him? He is safe now. How did you kill it with one shot? Just when the three of them were wondering, they only heard the leader shout. They killed the hostages. They are fleeing. Ask for help. Ask for support. Gwen and the others immediately realized that something was wrong. Stop, you three masked gangsters. Gwen looked innocent, Walter. Because Daredevil is blind, he can see people's hearts better. These people may have been corrupted. They may already be Jean Bing's people. This is a trap. they are also Jean Bing's people. Before Matt finished speaking, the firepower had already covered him. Da-da-da-da. The three retreated in a hurry, with Gwen in the rear. There is a symbiote battlesuit which can withstand bullets. Daredevil Matt is just an ordinary person with a slightly stronger strength, and Peter is also afraid of bullets. The three of them fled in a hurry and left the abandoned factory building. However, the people outside don't know what happened inside. They only know that the three daredevils are now wanted. The three fled the scene quickly, but the other party did not chase after them, but let the three leave relatively easily. The three of them stopped on a roof, ready to take a rest. Neither Peter nor Gwen had such an experience, and they thought it was enough to save people. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened. Fortunately, Matt is relatively calm. This is the other party's plan, obviously to frame us. I'm afraid tomorrow's newspaper headlines will be the news that the three of us have become criminals. Peter was also a little depressed. How could this be? They are law enforcement officers, and they were annexed by Jean. Daredevil Matt was relatively calm. We have angered Jean Bin, and this is his last resort. As for this matter, it really exceeded my expectations. Then what should we do next, Lawyer Ma? Are we going to continue to act under the arrest of the law enforcement officers? Gwen thought of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, Sue was prepared. We have a way to prove our innocence. Gwen summoned 3 drones while speaking, and these drones were the product of Tony. S.H.I.E.L.D. specifically asked Tony for a customized model. It is to record the heroic career of the 3. The drone recorded the situation at that time, and we only need to publish the contents to prove our innocence. The question is, how do we defuse the evidence? Gwen said with a smile, I have a solution. My father will definitely not be bribed. We can send him a copy. Also, Daily Heroes. Gwen knew that this was a newspaper run by S.H.I.E.L.D., and the person in charge was Betty's mother Bella. While the drone records the careers of the 3, it will also provide some pictures to the Hero newspaper for reporting. And Matt knows this daily because Tony Stark is a partner of this newspaper, and this newspaper specializes in reporting superheroes' deeds against gangsters. As long as you send this information to the Hero Daily, it will definitely be reported. With George here, and Hero Daily, the rumors can definitely be broken. I'll contact Sue to deal with the content of the video. Then I'll take a copy home and ask Sue to bring a copy to Hero Daily. Gwen contacted Sue, but Sue was still busy. Sue picks up the phone and knows what happened. Gwen has something to do, so she has to help. After appeasing Vanessa, Sue chose to reveal her identity. Vanessa, I have to tell you a secret. What secret? I told you I was helping people. I remember you saying that. Actually, I'm a superhero. You may have heard of me, Spider Bully. Vanessa was shocked to see Sue put on the symbiote battlesuit. You. Sue explained, I have to leave temporarily. Something happened to my friend when he was dealing with some gangsters at night. At that time, Vanessa only thought that Sue was a bit special, but she didn't expect that Sue was also a superhero. Now, Sue revealed her identity, and Vanessa didn't mind much. I see. You go to work. I'm going to teleport away. Don't be surprised. Then will you come back? I'll wait for you. What else can Sue say? Wait for me. Sue disappeared in place in an instant. Vanessa was wrapped in a blanket, watching Sue disappear. She was extremely shocked. Because it's getting late, otherwise, Sue would have gone to find Tony, a tool man. After many twists and turns, Sue, Gwen, and others met at Matt's house. Now, Peter is working on the file. Fortunately, the 3 of them didn't mention their names, and the drone's camera clearly recorded everything. This is a professional camera that can take pictures very clearly. Sue, are you here? I am coming. Gwen sniffed Sue lightly, and the smell seemed a bit wrong. Doesn't seem like Betty and Mary Jane. However, there are 3 of them, and there are others, which are also possible. Gwen didn't ask much. We've already checked the documents to make sure that no identity or other information has been revealed. Also, the picture of that person shooting is very clear. The 3 angles are all recorded. I'm going to give one to my daddy. He will definitely clarify. There is also a USB flash drive, which needs to be handed over to the Hero Daily, so that they can come forward and clarify. Sue held one of the USB flash drives. I see. You guys handled it well. Gwen relaxed a lot. Fortunately, you have the drone you prepared to take pictures and record all this. Otherwise, the three of us will become villains. Sui could only smile and said, "It seems that Tony's toys are still useful." Although today's mission failed, the facts have proved that we are not far from Jean Bing. I believe it will not be long before we can get the exact evidence of Jean Bing. Matt was a little worried. Jean Bing's connections are very strong, and he has already corrupted many white people. I am a little worried. Even if we find evidence, it may not be able to restrain him. Matt's worry is not unreasonable, but Sui also has a plan. These can be considered later. Our task now is to arrest him. Those contacts can protect him, or they can harm him. These people are very greedy and selfish. They can protect Jean Bing for profit, definitely, or they can choose to get rid of Jean Bing for their own benefit. After a brief discussion, we will leave separately. Sui took Peter and Gwen back to the balcony of Gwen's apartment, and Peter naturally had to go home by himself. Sui and Gwen knocked on the door and found George. "You guys, dare to appear here?" Sui took out the USB flash drive. "It contains the truth of tonight. We didn't do this. It was done by your insiders. They planted it on us. They have been corrupted by money." In his heart, George still has a little trust in Sui, because he couldn't figure out why Sui and others did this. Now, the evidence appeared, and George believed Sui's words even more. "You mean that there are people in us who want to plant it on you?" Sui explained, "We are now chasing down the evidence and preparing to deal with the huge amounts of criminal organization. As long as the evidence is complete, he can be arrested through the so-called procedure. Obviously, it was his counterattack. He wanted to turn us into bad guys." George was a little unbelievable. "You mean, you collected evidence and arrested him through formal channels? Otherwise, do you want me to rush over and smash his head with a punch? Although his crime is enough to die 10 times or even more. But I don't want to be pestered by you. I still want to accompany my girlfriend." George chose to believe in Sui and gripped the USB flash drive tightly. "I will use the evidence of the USB flash drive to clarify for you." Sui said with a smile, "I believe Sergeant George is a good man, but you'd better be careful. The corrosion and infiltration of gold is far more serious than you can imagine. The last time your daughter was in danger, it was very likely that it was Jean who planned to win over you." George didn't say much. "I will be careful. If he dares to hurt my family, I will catch them myself." "Excuse me, then, Sheriff George. Goodbye." Sui took Gwen back to the room, and after the two said goodnight to each other, Sui left. Still had to find Bella. Sui teleported to Betty's house and knocked on Bella's bedroom. Bella hasn't rested yet, but she has already changed into her pajamas. Hearing the knock on the door, he thought it was Betty, but he didn't expect it to be Sui. "Sue, how did you get in?" "I have the ability to teleport." "It's so late. What's the matter?" Sui took out the USB flash drive and handed it to Bella. Tonight, Daredevil and Spider-Man were caught in a trap. They were framed for killing hostages and turned into villains and villains. This USB flash drive is the video at that time. I need you to write a report and clarify this matter. Bella took the USB drive. "Do you know it's late now? Is this considered overtime?" "I know, I'd be happy to give you a raise." Bella yawned and straightened her waist, but ignored the man Sui in front of her. It was only then that Sui noticed that Bella in front of her was a bit attractive. "Hiss, I'm not your thief." Sui said hastily, "If it's okay, I'll leave first." Bella seemed to notice something too. "Good night." Seeing Sui run away, Bella smiled. "It seems that I have indeed become younger and more attractive." Sui resolutely went back to find Vanessa, and Vanessa was really painting at the moment, waiting for Sui to return. One night passed, and early the next morning, shocking news came. Daredevil, Spider-Man, and Ghost Spider-Man, who were originally regarded as superheroes, including the Spider Bully who did not show up, have all become villains. In newspapers, Spider Bullies and others fight against evil, in fact to eradicate dissidents. And the Spider Bully and others are a criminal organization gang. In an instant, the Spider Bully and others changed from a superhero to a villain that everyone shouted and beat. How could the Daily Bugle miss such a thing? John Jonah Jameson, the boss of the Daily Bugle, immediately came forward, blaming Spider-Man and Daredevil, among others. They're not heroes, they're villains. All of a sudden, the crowd was excited. It has been circulated on the internet. Spider-Bully, Spider-Man, Ghost Spider, and Daredevil became villains. Especially after the Bugle Daily Report, the keyboard warriors entered the land and began to output. I've known for a long time that these people are not good people. Spider-Bully? Who would be a good guy with that name? It is recommended to arrest directly. Go to hell, you monsters. These monsters must be captured and wiped out. Monster, take off the hood and surrender yourself. Faced with such remarks, Peter and Gwen will inevitably be affected. The two just want to do good and help others. When encountering such a thing, it will indeed feel a little bit lost. Although some people defended them, such voices were quickly drowned out. On the internet, there are more and more remarks against several people. In the office apartment of Heroes Daily, Bella has already prepared articles and evidence. However, Bella was not in a hurry and did not release these things immediately. Instead, prepare to wait. When the popularity is high, and when the other party has the chance to win, the news can be released. Sui doesn't know Bella's plan, but Sui trusts Bella very much. Just wait for Bella to make a move, and the situation will be reversed. The discussion on the internet never stops. George has already taken the evidence and found his boss Tom. Boss, this is a piece of information given to me by Spider-Man and others last night. I took a look, and the hostage was not made by them, but by someone inside us. Some of us have been corrupted by money. As soon as Tom heard this, he immediately closed the door. This problem is very serious. George still believed in his boss and handed the USB flash drive to Tom. Tom looked serious. Get out your computer and check its contents. Seeing the contents, it really wasn't made by Spider-Man and the others. Seeing this person, he immediately fell into deep thought. Is this real? Now it seems that they are. They don't like to use guns, and they believe in their own super abilities. Then, does anyone else have this information? George spread his hands. It should be. They will definitely have a backup. Tom fell silent. It seemed that this matter could not be concealed. George, is it possible that a super ability user pretended to do it? You should know that a super ability user has all kinds of magical abilities. In the video, the spider bully wasn't there. Maybe he was in disguise. George had a bad feeling in his heart. According to last night's records, it was indeed the person himself who went to the scene. As for the spider bully disguise, he hadn't seen this ability before. Even if the spider bully has this ability, why would he do it? His boss, Tom, was so anxious to blame Spider-Man and others. Is there any problem behind this? Could it be that Tom has also been corrupted? George, you have been on vacation recently. George couldn't believe that he had been suspended. George is also a smart person, but he is just worried. How many people around him are honest people, or are they all corrupted? George could only nod helplessly. Okay, I'll rest. Wait, George, leave the gun and the USB drive behind. George thought about it, knowing that Spider-Man and others still had a backup, and he had a copy himself, so he didn't worry about the video being completely destroyed. Give you. George left the workplace in a huff. Outside the door, looking at his uniform and the place where he worked, George felt a little uncomfortable. George could only wait patiently, waiting for the day when he would come back again. Time passed until noon. Everyone basically agreed that Spider-Man and others are the sinners. This Is You. Hero Daily has finally released the news. An article and several video recordings. Because of Tony Stark and everyone's attention to superhero, although Hero Daily has just started, it has a lot of followers. Before, many people left messages in Hero Daily thinking that it was unreasonable for Hero Daily to identify Spider-Man and others as superheroes. At this moment, I finally waited for a response. Incomparably clear video can be seen clearly. When the enforcers arrived, Spider-Man and the others were ready to leave. At this time, a gunshot caught the attention of the three of them. 3 angles of view, clear and clear. It is not Spider-Man and others who do all this, but the insiders. Water? They didn't do it. I just want to know what happened. I'm a little confused. Is this person really an insider? Why did he shoot? Oh maga, it turns out that we wrongly blamed Spider-Man and others. This is too outrageous. So this insider has been corrupted by money? I don't trust them to protect us anymore. Many netizens fell silent after seeing the ironclad evidence. The Landkey ferry back then can only turn around and find other people. George is also paying attention to this matter at home all the time. He just wants to know how his boss Tom will deal with it. Facing the swarm of reporters and media, Tom chose to respond. About this matter, I just want to say that it was not done by our people. Super ability users can do whatever they want in this city. What you see must be true. Perhaps someone with a super ability disguised his identity. Perhaps it is the super ability that controls him. Super ability is the root of all this anxiety. We should resist these super abilities so that our city can be safe. Tom's words point the finger at Spider-Man and others. And the reporters were also asking questions frantically, but they didn't answer them. Bella was among them, feeling extremely angry. This kind of answer clearly wanted to protect his own people. No inquiries at all, no one answer. If the person who appeared at the scene was not one of us, where was that person then? If it was him who appeared, then he was under control. None of these crucial questions have been answered. Because they didn't ask at all. However, there are still people on the internet who were deceived by Tom's answer. They also chose to believe that Spider-Man and other talents are the root of everything. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D and others could not prove their innocence. Unless, take off the mask completely and show people your true colors. And such a result would be very dangerous. Back at the newspaper, Bella continued to work. In response to Tom's speech, Bella chose to post a question again. Some rational netizens began to think seriously and made judgments. And some people who don't have their own opinions are already preparing to boycott superhero. S.H.I.E.L.D noticed this and felt a little worried. The Avengers Alliance has not yet been established. Is the Superhero Registration Act coming? Forget it, I'm too lazy to think so much. At least, the Hero Daily is very well known now. I am afraid that Jean Bing will also notice this newspaper, so I should pay more attention to it. Once there is such a doubt, it will never disappear. All S.H.I.E.L.D can do is to stabilize the situation as much as possible, and then deal with Jean Bing as soon as possible. Fortunately, Peter and Gwen were not affected too much. Can also face it positively. Fortunately, the evidence is accumulating. Matt's buddy, attorney Fergie and Peggy, are working hard on the investigation. Their investigation was not slow, and many key clues were found. Next, it is only necessary to capture these witnesses to complete this final step. For this, S.H.I.E.L.D found someone. Hi, Tony, I'm looking for you again. Tony has been very leisurely recently, occasionally wandering around wearing a steel armor. When he is free, he develops a new armor at home. And Ethan, this friend. Pepper is responsible for work matters, so he doesn't have to worry about it at all. What are you doing here? S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile, I want to ask you for help. Tony became indifferent instantly. Oh, Eon. Sue, I'm not your employee. S.H.I.E.L.D was also very helpless, who made Tony such a tool easy to use. Definitely, so, I'm here to ask you for help. If you'd like to do me this favor, I'll give you a gift. Tony was also interested. Gift? What gift? Are you sure you want to know now, before you check your gift after it's over? Tony drank the wine. Sue, it's not that I don't believe you, it's that you are too cunning. Cunning? Me? Tony nodded. S.H.I.E.L.D was also helpless. Okay, since that's the case, let me show you. I'm going to give you a gift. The gift S.H.I.E.L.D gave Tony was naturally the Batmobile. Before Tony built his armor, he loved cars. Collect luxury cars and modify vehicles. This Batmobile is indeed a modified car, and it looks very domineering. After clearing a clearing, Tony was dumbfounded when he saw the Batmobile appear out of nowhere. Sue, is this also one of your super abilities? That's right. How many super abilities do you have? I don't know myself. In short, there will be more and more, and I will become stronger and stronger. Tony took his eyes away from S.H.I.E.L.D and put all his attention on the car. This car. The ones I got from other worlds were modified by a man named Batman. Tony has a passion for vehicles and is an expert at modifying them. After looking around this car, I found that this car is very unusual. The Batmobile is huge, with 4 wide wheels. If this is on the road, then a proper road killer can directly run over the front of some luxury cars. Tony could imagine that this kind of car was domineering and unstoppable on the road. This kind of car is also allowed to drive on the road? Under normal circumstances, it is definitely not allowed. However, the owner of this car is similar to you, a playboy, a rich young man. He is a hero at night, and this is his tool. Tony nodded. This car is indeed not something ordinary people can afford, and it's normal for a rich man. It's just that his transformation technique is still worse than mine. Also, black is not high-profile enough. S.H.I.E.L.D. laughed. His nickname is Batman. He moves in the dark, and he definitely uses black to hide himself. Tony became more interested in the car. Can I go in and try it out? Definitely yes, but there are weapon systems inside, so if you don't want to destroy your home, you'd better be careful. I'm a genius. I can definitely handle this car with ease. Tony got into the Batmobile, and with the help of Kiev's, he must have quickly understood the structure and ability of the Batmobile. It looks good, and there is a motorcycle hidden. This wild style doesn't suit me. S.H.I.E.L.D. continued, that's right, you are more suitable for being cool. You still understand me, but this car is very good, I like it very much. Tony got out of the Batmobile. Is this thing really from another world? I do know how to transform, but I don't have the time and interest. I'd rather accompany the beauty to bask in the sun. Tony was happy. Sue, what are you going to ask me for? S.H.I.E.L.D. took out the information. We have been investigating a criminal organization recently, and the leader of this organization is called Gene Bin. His personal strength is still there, but it's not worth mentioning in front of me. The key question is that he is very rich. You know what it means to be rich in this city. Tony, as someone who enjoys it all, definitely knows. Being rich basically means doing whatever you want. Tony has a wide network of contacts, even people like Rhodes and Ross. Tony can talk to each other. Even members of parliament and other figures, Tony can easily make friends. I definitely know, you go on. S.H.I.E.L.D. continued, we now have certain evidence in our hands, and when the time comes, we will seize key witnesses. However, you also know that the interior has been infiltrated. So, I need you to come forward and increase your influence. With Tony coming forward, plus Hero Daily, it will definitely become popular all over the internet in an instant. Moreover, Tony was the only superhero who showed up. It would be great to have him as the spokesperson of superhero. Except for the superhero bill, everything else can get Tony to come forward. Tony understood S.H.I.E.L.D.'s thoughts. I understand. Since Tony became a superhero, he has been actively doing good deeds and helping more people. He never expected that under his nose, in this civilized city, there were so many crimes hidden under the night. This gold tie is a big cancer, and he will never let it go. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. I will help. When? I'm not sure. I'm only in charge of supervising this matter and let them handle it. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider are too young. I want to train them. Tony looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems that you are also very young. Because I am very confident in my ability. Tony suddenly thought of Tom's response. So, Sue, will you really pretend to be someone else or control someone else's ability? I don't currently have any of these abilities, nor do I need these 2 abilities. Why do I need to pretend to be someone else? Are they as handsome as me? Control these people? It's a waste of time. I can destroy a building with one punch. Tony became more interested. Sue, I think you need a comprehensive examination to test the limit of your ability. I can help you with that. Tony really wanted to help S.H.I.E.L.D. so that he could take the opportunity to collect S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data. Only when the data is complete can a model be built for analysis. Then, create a warframe for S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. guessed Tony's mind. I know what you want to do. Collect my data, and then make a battle armor to target me. Unfortunately, it's useless. Tony quickly denied. How is it possible? I am not such a person. We are friends. With Tony on board, things went a lot smoother. There are enough clues and evidence on Matt's side, and then, the net can be collected. Simply make a plan and start taking action. No way. Tony wasn't one to follow a plan. If S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't stopped him, Tony would have put on his armor and attacked directly. Daredevil, Spider-Man, Daredevil, and Ghost Spider act together. S.H.I.E.L.D. sits at the back to prevent accidents. Iron Man Tony came forward, and the person he had to deal with was the most critical one. This person is Jean Bing's right-hand man, Leland, who is in charge of the ledger. As long as these evidences are in hand, Jean Bing and his connections can be easily wiped out. Daredevil and others are also key characters. These people all hold important evidence. For example, Jean and real estate in order to control the property market. As for the big boss Jean Bin, S.H.I.E.L.D. left it to Spider-Man Peter. Matt should be able to play with King as well, but is prone to injuries. Peter's ability is very strong in all aspects, and it is suitable for him to win gold and practice. The action begins and the drone is ready. Tony even had new plans. Since we want to make the action bigger, then start the live broadcast directly. JRVIS, start the live broadcast. I want everyone to see me. JRVIS went into action, spreading Tony's stream. Some people who haven't slept yet, who are still surfing the internet, noticed this. Hey, what's this? Iron Man Live. Walter? Tony Stark. What is this doing? I don't know, but it must be very exciting. S.H.I.E.L.D. wore headphones and heard Tony's voice. Start the live broadcast? Brother, isn't this what the Young Avengers do? In the comics, the Young Avengers go live to fight the bad guys. Unexpectedly, the nitrifier exposed himself, causing serious casualties. With me here, such a thing should not happen. The plan has already started to move, and Tony is very high profile. The other three are relatively low-key. With Tony's technical support and Daredevil's hearing, the four quickly killed in. Hey, put your hands up. The gangsters were stunned when they saw that it was Iron Man. Iron Man Tony Stark, they knew it. Not only the iron armor, but also the ability. Hands went up one by one, and Tony grabbed Leland too. I heard that you are Jean Bin's accountant. You have an account book that records Jean Bin's evidence. I need him. Leland fell into fear. This is a great god and cannot be offended. But if Jean Bin is offended, the end will be miserable. Tony knew how to deal with this kind of person. You're a businessman, and I am also a businessman, so let's negotiate. If you hand over the ledger, Jean Bin will definitely kill you. But don't worry, he and his minions, I will clean them up. If you don't agree, then he will also know that you have a ledger. You can only trust us now. Leland hid the account book privately, and if Jean Bing knew about it, the end would definitely be miserable. I am willing to hand over the account book, and I am willing to explain. Leland has already taken it, so the other witnesses are much simpler. The most important thing is the battle between Spider-Man and Jean Bin. Peter finally met Jean Bin. Jean Bin was also extremely angry. The organization created by himself, the Kingdom of Sin, just failed. Spider-Man, you will regret showing up in front of me. Peter was a little agitated, but he held his own. I remember you once publicly stated that you want to make this area a better place. So, this is what you call beauty? Your gangsters are everywhere, and there are traces of crime everywhere. Those ordinary people, those innocent people, what's wrong with them? They just want to live here safely. They were hurt by you, even killed. Do you think that hiding in the dark can prevent you from being discovered? Do you think you can get away with it by relying on your connections? Who do you think you are? The king of the underground? You are nothing more than a blind mouse. You only shoot at ordinary people, you only shoot at the weak. Now, here I am. Come on, beat me. Jean was not extremely angry, grabbed the table and threw it directly at Spider-Man. Naturally, Peter could catch it, but Jean Bin had already rushed over. He punched it hard. This powerful fist was easily grasped by Peter. In terms of strength alone, Jean is naturally unable to compete with Peter. In the comic story of Back to Darkness, Peter's identity was exposed because of the Superhero Registration Act, which attracted gold coins' revenge. Kim also hurt Aunt May, drawing Peter rage. Peter, who broke out with all his strength, easily completed the gold and gold tie. Before, it was Peter who controlled his strength for fear of crushing Jean Bin. This is normal, after all, Peter's strength is really much stronger than ordinary people. Peter grabbed Jean Bin's fist and started to fight back. Continuously launch Cobweb, used to bind Control Gold and Kim wasn't even beginning to be able to cope. But soon, it was wrapped by Cobweb. Only one head was exposed, and Jean was still able to speak. "You can't hold me." The fact is indeed the case. Ordinary prisons will definitely not be able to hold Jean Bing. The best way, of course, is to go to a special prison. In the special prison, Jean was isolated from the outside world, so there was no danger. Jean was arrested, and Leland also took out the ledger. Not only that, some bandits were all knocked down. For Fergie and Peggy, the investigation on the surface also found a lot of clues and evidence. The combination of the two aspects can naturally hammer the gold to death. Tony completed his task, and then it was time to hand over the gold to the professionals. Tom came with someone, and Tony was face to face. "Tony Stark, you shouldn't meddle in this matter. You are not qualified to enforce the law." "Tony doesn't care about that at all, I don't. It's just that there is such a criminal in the place you're in charge of, and you didn't notice it at all. Even your internal personnel are controlled by corruption. You guys have lost everyone's trust. That's why we chose to take action, catch them, and find out your problems. Only in this way can you protect the city." When the two sides confronted each other, Phil Coulson showed up with someone. Jean Bing's ability is beyond ordinary people, so he is not suitable for being held in ordinary prisons. "We will lock Jean Bing in special prisons. There are also these materials. We will also record and back them up, and even make them public." Tom fell silent. He couldn't stop the S.H.I.E.L.D men. Definitely, he can't beat Iron Man Tony Stark either. As the information is exposed, it is natural that a large number of people will be tried and laid off, including Tom. The bald-headed brat looked at all this from a distance. The Avengers' plan, it seems, is indeed very good. But we still need more superheroes. Jean was arrested, and the main figures in the gang also went in. Next, the evidence was released, and some connections fell down one after another. This incident can be said to have caused an uproar. The Heroes Daily has been tracking and reporting, only to discover that Jean Bing has committed many crimes, reaching an unimaginable level. Tom was taken away, of course. Then, George returned, successfully took over, and became the director in one step. These are all things for later and have nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. led the crowd to do this vote, and the harvest was extremely rich. It can only be said that the smile can hardly be hidden. Tony just finds it boring. "I thought it was a big deal. In the end, it was so easy, all won. Today is really a good day. Would you like to come to my house for a drink or two?" "Go to your house for a drink? What's so good about wine? Isn't it nice to be with your girlfriend?" "No. It's boring to drink too much. I'd rather be with my girlfriend." Tony looked at Gwen and whispered in Suyi's ear, "I can find a lot of hot girls." Suyi gave an international friendly gesture without any hesitation. "I'm not like you, you're just having fun. I'm serious about my girlfriends, and I want to be with them for the rest of my life." Tony suddenly realized something was wrong. Good night, Tony." Looking at Suyi's disappearing back, Tony couldn't help complaining, "Damn, it takes longer than me to play? Is it because he is handsome?" After dealing with the gold tie, the next ones are all miscellaneous fish, which is not a climate change. Everyone can take a little rest and relax. Suyi took Gwen back to her villa. "Sue, can I stay?" Suyi definitely wanted to. However, it's not the weekend. "And it's getting late, I have to go to school tomorrow." "Don't worry, you'll be graduating soon. We'll have a lot of time then. And I plan to prepare a gift for you." Gwen was a little happy. "What gift?" Suyi showed embarrassment. "This is a secret, and you will know what this surprise is when the time comes." What Suyi prepared was naturally a good gift. "I like it very much, but it's hard to say whether Gwen will like it." Gwen didn't press, just expressed her feelings. Suyi still sent Gwen back home. "I'm about to graduate, and there is a long period of vacation to be chic." After going to college, the two of them can also live together outside the campus openly and above board. Suyi also plans to buy a villa in the Manhattan area. It will be much more convenient then. Imperial College was in Manhattan, and now it's all in Queens. From here to Manhattan, you have to pass the Golden Gate Bridge. Even if there is no traffic jam, it is estimated that it will take half an hour. If there is a traffic jam, it will be even more troublesome. It is also impossible for Gwen to let her father send herself to school every day. Therefore, according to the normal situation, Gwen would rent a house off campus. On weekends, you can go home. Finally, we're going to get out of the sea of suffering. Sui relaxes. The next big thing is to look at what he has gained. Originally, balance was 224W destiny points, and it cost 07W to buy a Batmobile for Tony. Cut Vanessa, who got 25W and got some extra money. Now there are 242W fate points left. System, liquidation reward. Ding, the host organization was involved in the incident and was arrested. Jean Bing's fate has been changed, and he has obtained 400,000 fate points. Daredevil Matt's fate is changed. Get 10W fate points. Spider-Man Peter's fate has been changed, and he has obtained 150,000 fate points. Ghost Spider Gwen's fate has been changed. Get 100,000 fate points. Iron Man Tony Stark's fate has been changed, and he has obtained 30,000 fate points. Extra 2 ordinary lucky draws. Ding, the task of guiding Peter Parker to become a Spider-Man is completed. Huh? Is this done? The task period is 1 year, and I only have about 10 days. Could it be that the task reward is very ordinary? Task record. Rescue Aunt May and help Peter escape the loss of a loved one. Point out Peter. Let Peter understand the difficulties that he will face when he becomes a superhero, and help Peter to prepare mentally. He taught by example and encouraged Peter with his own actions when he captured Professor Lizard. Actual combat training. Find suitable targets for Peter, train Peter, and let Peter grow. Comprehensive evaluation. A. Mission reward. 500,000 destiny points. Additional special props LV7 helicopter card. Seeing the 2 big rewards, Sui was overjoyed. With so many fate points, she was simply amazing. 128W fate points, plus special props LV7 helicopter card. The harvest is amazing. To increase the 6-dimensional attribute from LV6 to LV7, it needs 100W fate points. In other words, this item card is worth 100W. Draw the lottery first, the system, 2 draws together. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, 1 box of elastic pants. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, flight. When Sui saw the first reward, he was dumbfounded. Elastic pants, a must for Green Titan. But for me, it's useless at all. Sui was not satisfied until seeing the second reward. Flight will finally fly. My own speed of Mach 10, 10 times the speed of sound, has never been used. After all, if you are not careful, you will become a locomotive. In most cases, there is also teleportation. This super fast speed seems a bit tasteless. Now, knowing flight speed is useful. System, is my flight speed according to my speed? Yes. However, flight requires energy consumption. Just consume it. It shouldn't be a big problem. Sui looked at the night sky outside. Flight seemed to have a try. Mach 10, 10 times the speed of sound. This system-improved symbiote battlesuit should be able to withstand it? It won't rub against the air at that time, and it will directly catch fire, right? The host can rest assured that when all the 6-dimensional attributes of the quality are raised by 1 level, one's own biological stance will also be raised accordingly. There is also a biological standpoint, that's okay. Sui took off without saying a word. It's just that Sui is a little entangled with the flight posture. Westerners like to fly sideways, but for Easterners, it must be Eugen flight. The symbiote battlesuit condenses into a sword at the foot, which really feels like Eugen flight. It feels really good. Sui flew freely in the air, and also tried the Western flight posture, which seemed to be acceptable. No, I can fly, why don't I show off to Tony? Tony's armor is only Mach 2 to 4, and his own Mach 10 is simply abusing Tony's armor. Without further ado, Sui flew directly to Tony's villa, and even called Tony. Tony returned to the villa and was about to rest when he received a call from Sui. Sue, it's so late, do you have something to do? Don't tell me, you want to come to the party. Today's party has been cancelled. No, I just want to inform you that I will fly to your house soon. Walter. Just when Tony was shocked, JRVIS reported, Sir, there is an unknown flight object approaching the villa at a speed of about Mach 10. Sui appeared on the balcony of the villa. Tony just couldn't believe it. So, you can fly now? Well, it feels pretty good. Tony was very speechless. I dare you to fly here at night just to show off. How did you do it? Sue also directly chose to lie. After going back tonight, I tried it and sure enough, I was able to fly. It's that simple. Shrimp pork heart. Tony's eyelids twitched at 10 times the speed of sound. My own Mark armor can't reach this speed. Tony, do you want to put on the armor and test your speed? Tony was furious. I just drank alcohol. After drinking alcohol, it's not suitable for high-speed sports, and it's prone to danger. Now you can go back. Sue sighed. Hey, it's so boring to fly alone. Good night then, Tony. Tony Stark was too angry to sleep. JRVAS, I want to build a armor and create a armor that is faster than him. JRVAS immediately analyzed, Sir, in the atmosphere, it is difficult to achieve such a fast flight. Tony calmed down. Suyi's flight speed had reached an incredible level. In such a high-speed flight in the atmosphere, the airflow resistance is extremely huge. His armor of steel cannot be impenetrable. In this way, he cannot fly at such a high speed. After all, at 10 times the speed of sound, this will fly out of the earth. Tony recognized the reality, so if I want to surpass him, I can't build armor, I have to build rockets and space shuttles. Damn it, is he really human? Sui didn't know that his showing off made Tony almost lose sleep. Back home, Sui faced a choice. The 6-dimensional attribute can only improve 2 of them. Then strength and stamina. Intelligence, speed, spirit, and energy are basically enough. It is easy to understand how to improve attack and defense first. View personal information. Almighty Evolution System. Host, Sui. Age, 19. Fate points, 5.24 million. Intelligence, LV6. Power, LV7, 100,000 tons. Speed, LV6, Mach 10. Endurance, LV7. Spirit, LV6. Energy, LV6. Battle skill, LV4. Special ability, teleportation, flight, wind blade, danger warning, hearing strengthening. Special items, Symbiosis Battle Suit 1, Elastic Pants 1 box, 3 drops of Water of Life. Special props, none. Sui is very satisfied with her abilities. With an endurance of LV7, Sui can barely be considered a man of steel. No longer afraid of bullets and less weapons of mass destruction. It also has a super reply ability. As long as you don't die, you can quickly recover in a short time. Sleep contentedly. A new day or business as usual. As graduation approaches, everyone is thinking about what's next. Which school to go to, what job to do. Sui doesn't need to think about it at all. It's better to continue studying in college and goof around. With the level of knowledge of my grandfather, I can mix up my education casually. On an ordinary day, Sui came home. I made a deal with Mary Jane today to climb her window tonight. Before entering the house, Sui heard a slight movement. A little helpless, but went in anyway. Sure enough, the bald braised egg came. Although it was the first time they met, Sui knew that it must not be a good thing. Beside the bald braised egg, there is also the big beauty Natasha Romanoff. Recently, I haven't seen you for a while. Natasha Romanoff is probably busy looking for Melina, looking for traces of the Red House. If the two came together today, something big must have happened. You know, with this kind of behavior, I can already empty the magazine. If it's a beautiful woman like Natasha Romanoff, I can still accept it. Sui is not welcome, it is her own room after all. Nick Fury is no surprise. We're here to ask for your help. My help. Sui also pointed out to Natasha Romanoff before that to solve HYDRA, S.H.I.E.L.D must also be destroyed. Only by reselecting people can this kind of thing not happen again. After consideration, I think your suggestion is very correct. So, I decided to take down the helicarrier of the Red House and absorb the Black Widows into the new S.H.I.E.L.D agents. Sui has question marks all over his face. There is something wrong with this operation of Braised Egg Man. Doves directly occupy the magpie's nest. Moreover, the Black Widows are all cultivated by the Red House, and they can't be Hydra's people. If these people choose to retire, let them leave. If you choose to continue to be an agent, it is ready-made. You don't need to spend more time, you can use it directly. So, if I help you, what can I get? Nick Fury has a play as soon as he hears it. What do you want? Sue-yi fell into thinking, what she wants must be fate. To do this, you must find those core characters, that is, superhero and supervillain. Braised Eggman possesses these intelligence information, which can help him. In this way, we can make a deal with Braised Eggman. Sue-yi has already thought about it, the next list of goals. The Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver brothers and sisters are definitely not to be missed. In addition, there are several targets that can be intercepted. Wasp Hope, Doctor Strange's ex-girlfriend Christine. In addition, there is a large group of people, and that is mutant. First, I need your help finding two people, Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff. This is a pair of twin brothers and sisters from Sokovia. When they were young, their family suffered from war. A bomb made by Stark Industry fell on their house, but it did not explode. These two hated Tony Stark because of it. As an old fritter, Nick Fury immediately realized that there was a problem between the two. They also have super abilities. Maybe it still needs to wait for development. What else do you want? Second, I need to know your information about mutants. Mutants do exist in this world, it's just that S.H.I.E.L.D can't recruit them at all. Moreover, these mutants are now divided into three major genres. The most high-profile is Brotherhood, ready to make trouble everywhere. Then there's X Academy, which has been at war with Brotherhood. The last group of people is to hide their identities and try not to be discovered by others. Yes, we can give you the relevant information. Sue-yi thought for a while, and then there seemed to be nothing more needed. You can do most things by yourself. Since that's the case, it's a happy cooperation. I will help you and completely solve the trouble of the Red House. Pleasant cooperation. Natasha Romanoff twisted her waist and came to Sue-yi's side, extremely alluring. If you help me rescue Yelena, I will thank you very much. Just the look in the eyes and the tone of voice are unmatched by ordinary women. Sue-yi frowned and took the initiative to embrace Natasha Romanoff's waist, narrowing the distance between them. I am looking forward. Sue-yi agreed to the cooperation request of Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff. S.H.I.E.L.D will not send too much manpower. Just Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clint. The rest are Sue-yi's current small group. Spider-Man, Ghost Spider, and Iron Man Tony Stark. Make an appointment and leave on the weekend. In order to avoid Hydra's detection, Sue-yi and others naturally cannot set off with Natasha Romanoff. Fortunately, everything is arranged properly. On the plane, Peter was extremely excited. Oh, wow, I'm going abroad, still with Mr. Tony Stark. Sue, after all, we are going abroad, and doing a big business abroad, will it cause disputes? Once discovered, this is an international dispute. Moreover, our actions may not be permitted by law. Sue-yi was very calm. This Red House controls Black Widows and performs various tasks. Do you think such tasks should exist? Peter can still tell right from wrong, definitely shouldn't exist. They assassinate and destroy, harm innocent people, and destroy peace and stability. Sue-yi nodded, so, we should stop him. Even if we want to become outlaws? Sue-yi said with a sigh, Peter, you are still too young. If they are willing, as long as you have a super ability, even if you don't use it, you are already an outlaw. This is the real world of this world. Because the power of interpretation is not yours at all. As a beneficiary, Tony is naturally very aware of this. I agree with Sue very much. Why do you think they want a hearing? Because I'm Tony Stark. If it was someone else, they would have already confiscated my steel armor. These conversations brought huge amounts of psychological shock to the young Peter. Sue-yi continued to persuade, so, when faced with choices in the future, you should think carefully about what kind of person you want to be and which side you want to stand on. Peter was puzzled. What do you mean? Sue-yi is idle and bored, ready to give a spoiler and tell a short story. Tony, you should have recently received an invitation to join the Avengers. Tony drank the wine, very leisurely, yes, but I'm not interested. I just agreed to be their consultant. Sue-yi didn't expose it and started a spoiler. Then let me tell you a little story from a certain parallel time and space. In that time and space, Avengers became the core force to protect the world. Essentially nobody can destroy Avengers. Until one day, the Avengers split. The small spoiler class started, and several people were very interested. Even Tony Stark listened very carefully. Speaking of the cause of the split, it must be said that it is a key event. In that world, there are more people with super abilities. With the Avengers Alliance as a role model, many people want to become superheroes. A group of teenagers with super abilities formed the team of the new battle group, preparing to capture a nest of super criminals on live broadcast. Everything was going well until the last supervillain Nitro, who was about to be arrested, chose to expose himself. The blast engulfed several neighborhoods and nearly 1,000 people died. The new battle group has become the target of criticism. Gradually, this wind direction spread. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Avengers Alliance did not play a regulatory and guiding role, which caused this disaster. From the new warband, to the Avengers Alliance, to all the superheroes. The image of superhero has plummeted, and even superhero has become a witch in the new era, hated by most people. It was around this time that a bill called the Superhero Registration Act was born. That is to say, if you want to become a superhero, you must register, record your super ability, and then pass the assessment to become a superhero. Otherwise, you will be classified as a criminal and you will be arrested. Peter was shocked. Water, there is such a bill? Is this too outrageous? The superhero of Avengers, because of this bill, had a conflict. People, led by Iron Man, chose to support the bill. There are still some people who worry that superhero will become a tool of politicians, but they do not support the bill. A central figure in the Avengers Alliance, a symbol of the free spirit. The captain has even more arduous tasks. If these superheroes don't sign the bill, it's up to the captain to catch them. In the end, the captain did not choose to agree. His refusal made him an anti-registration member. Peter is also very hesitant now, and he doesn't know how to make a choice in such a situation. He really wanted to know what choice the Spider-Man would make in that world. Iron Man is wooing Superman's spirit hero Spider-Man. When Spider-Man took off his mask and announced his identity, the registration group got a lot of support. As the act was enacted, Captain took a group of people into hiding and became the Secret Avengers. Then, all this is not over yet because anti-registration is an outlaw. As Superman's angry superhero, Spider-Man chose to take off his mask and support the bill. So, Iron Man led people to capture the Secret Avenger and launched a thrilling capture. S.H.I.E.L.D. continued to tell the story, trying to make it vivid. The three of them listened very carefully. Peter even ignored that he was a Superman and a superhero. He wasn't excited about it. He just hoped that he could find a correct answer. The story continues. Tony fabricated a fake incident and drew the captain and others out. A civil war is about to break out. The battle was extremely fierce and both sides were able to hold back at first. Until finally, the artificial bionic robot Thor, created by Iron Man and others, killed an anti-registration superhero, and the civil war came to an end temporarily. Because of this battle, both sides began to doubt their own decisions. The Secret Avenger was defeated and badly injured. Although the registration faction won, it was alienated from morality. Definitely, this is far from over. No way, Iron Man even recruited supervillains to help him hunt down the Secret Avengers. The battle between the two sides broke out from the number 42 prison in the negative space to the city. The two sides could no longer give up, and they were red-eyed. It wasn't until the end, when Cap nearly killed Iron Man, that he realized what he had done wrong. Looking at the devastated city, the captain voluntarily surrendered. Iron Man was still shocked after listening to it. Peter also asked the answer in his heart. Sue, what choice should I make? Tony, what about you? Tony Stark has no hesitation. I definitely support the registration bill. Superhero needs to be regulated. If you can get security, it is normal to sacrifice freedom. Sue also gave her own answer. They all choose. There is no right or wrong. I agree. Superheroes need regulation. But that registration bill is outrageous, and I don't trust your MPs. This little story made both Peter and Tony fall into thinking. After all, such a thing is likely to happen in the future. For example, what my group of people are going to do next. If it is discovered or causes huge amounts of damage, it will definitely make superhero a target of public criticism. However, Chen Chuan was very confident. After all, the Black Widows are only at the agent level, not particularly powerful. As long as the leader of the Black Widow, Dreykov, is solved, all problems will be solved. Finally arrived at the destination, Natasha Romanoff has already acted. Alone, he came to Iron Lady Melina's research farm. At this moment, Dreykov's mind control potion has initially succeeded and is able to influence and even control Black Widow. However, none of these worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. It doesn't even need to be too much trouble. S.H.I.E.L.D. just needs to go over, give Dreykov a fist, and then ask someone to make an antidote, and everything will be done. Natasha Romanoff faced Melina alone, and Melina didn't expect that Natasha Romanoff could still come to find her. The two talked in the room, and Natasha Romanoff also showed her determination. Natasha Romanoff, you have fled and should not have come back. Natasha Romanoff was extremely determined. She just didn't expect that she would get involved with a girl, but she couldn't kill Dreykov and completely eradicate the Red House. I thought I killed Dreykov. I thought I freed all the Black Widows. Nope, I killed innocent people and he's still alive. I came back today to correct all this. Iron Maiden Melina has some emotion. Natasha Romanoff has been so strong since she was a child. You alone can't do it. He has trained hundreds or even more Black Widows. How do you fight? Natasha Romanoff didn't care because she wasn't alone either. Moreover, the people who came were quite unusual. I didn't come alone. So what? You are going to face an army of Black Widows. Can you fight an army? Natasha Romanoff was absolutely convinced that the person she brought would do. It's just that her target is Dreykov, not everyone. Otherwise, Chen Chuan would have been able to perform a tear-off space carrier. I don't need to deal with everyone, I just need you to take me in and get rid of Dreykov and I can save everyone. Dreykov, he is just an ordinary person, and he can't stop a bullet. Melina couldn't persuade Natasha Romanoff. Do you think you can enter the base of the Red House with a weapon? I don't need a weapon, I just need someone to go in. Natasha Romanoff doesn't really care about this. As long as she can enter the base, everything can be solved. S.H.I.E.L.D. can move people instantly. When the time comes, for superheroes will suddenly appear. Who can stand up to this? Dreykov, no problem at all. Melina is extremely hesitation, but in fact, she has already notified the people in the Red House. Dreykov has a love/hate relationship with Natasha Romanoff. After all, Natasha Romanoff ability is very strong, very good. How could Dreykov not love such an excellent agent? However, Natasha Romanoff chose to defect and wanted to kill herself. Dreykov has always wanted to find a chance to take revenge, capture Natasha Romanoff, and let Natasha Romanoff become his own obedient agent again. Finally, the opportunity came. Dreykov was overjoyed to hear from Melina. Send someone immediately and prepare to capture Natasha Romanoff alive. Natasha Romanoff was immediately alert, but didn't intend to fight. Until, when Natasha Romanoff saw Yelena and other Black Widows appearing, Natasha Romanoff was a little excited. Yelena. This must have been specially arranged by Dreykov to let Yelena arrest him. However, Natasha Romanoff's call did not get much response from Yelena. Natasha Romanoff was extremely puzzled. It was impossible for Yelena not to know herself. Melina, what happened to Yelena? Melina explained, mind control drugs are more mature than before. They are like machines remembering everything, but unable to respond. You will be like this too. Natasha Romanoff became more determined to save Yelena and save all Black Widows. She can't do it alone, she can only trust S.H.I.E.L.D. and others. Natasha Romanoff gave up resistance, letting Yelena grab her and drop all weapons. Afterwards, Natasha Romanoff was caught on a fighter plane and flew towards the sky. This space carrier is indeed extremely secretive. S.H.I.E.L.D. took a lot of time to find this space carrier, but they did not dare to act rashly. Because if you are not careful, it will turn into a war. The best way, that must be to deal with Dreykov and then take over the helicarrier. Escorted by Yelena and Melina, Natasha Romanoff was sent to Dreykov's office. Goodbye, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff has become his own prisoner. Dreykov is also very happy. My Natasha Romanoff, you're back again. Natasha Romanoff was very calm. I'm back to complete the task that I didn't complete last time. Dreykov looked at Yelena beside him, as well as his daughter Antonia, who was also a master imitator, feeling overwhelmed with security. So, what if Natasha Romanoff is from S.H.I.E.L.D? Can S.H.I.E.L.D still control its own territory? Task. Speaking of this, Dreykov was also filled with anger. Come up to the master impersonator and say softly, "Say hi to Natasha Romanoff." The master of imitation opened his armor and revealed his face. That face was obviously traumatized. Natasha Romanoff recognized Dreykov's daughter immediately. Because of his own plan, he was affected by the explosion. Although he didn't die, he looked very bad. The eyes are dull, like a machine, just like Yelena. That face showed that the explosion had a great impact on her. Natasha Romanoff suddenly fell into deep self-blame. If there is a better way, she will not do it. When it exploded, it nearly killed Antonia, and I had to put a chip in the back of her neck. Look at her. Does it hurt to see her? I do not feel good. Natasha Romanoff was really sad, but she wasn't affected. She knew that this was her own fault, and she had to bear it. However, in order to avoid more incidents, he must be strong and get rid of Dreykov. Can she hear me? What? Do you want to apologize to her? Then make you feel more comfortable. You should have thought of this before you did it. Natasha Romanoff did think about it, and she was really entangled and regretful. However, now is not the time to regret. Watching Natasha Romanoff hang her head, in agony, Dreykov felt accomplished. And her, Yelena. She is also excellent. I am looking forward to what will happen between you two. Natasha Romanoff collected her emotions and suddenly calmed down. Dreykov, a friend of mine wants to ask you a question. Can you stop a bullet? Walter. Natasha Romanoff knew the answer. I don't think you can stop it either. Then it's a pity. It's even more impossible for you to block his fist. What fist? When Dreykov was in a daze, several people suddenly appeared in front of him. A fist as big as a sandbag landed on Dreykov's face. The Iron Fist of Justice. S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly appeared, punching Dreykov directly. In fact, if S.H.I.E.L.D uses 001 strength, he can blow Dreykov's head off. However, S.H.I.E.L.D held back. Too much power is not a good thing either. Fortunately, my mental strength is strong enough, and my control over myself is extremely precise. Otherwise, Gwen and the others would have been overwhelmed. After S.H.I.E.L.D's fist, it didn't end. Instead, the symbiote battlesuit was transformed into a cobweb to restrain Dreykov and, by the way, snatched Dreykov's ring. This thing is the password that Dreykov uses to control the computer. Saying that, S.H.I.E.L.D threw the ring to Natasha Romanoff. Go and control the computer and let the Black Widows come back. Then, use potions to help them release the control. Peter and Gwen controlled the imitation master and Yelena, making them unable to do anything. Tony looked at the situation in front of him, so, it's nothing to do with me. Dreykov came back to his senses, and only then did he notice who these people in front of him were. Iron Man Tony Stark and Spider-Man, Spider Bully, Ghost Spider. Recently, these few people eradicated the leader Jean Bing. What he didn't expect was that these people actually killed them. Moreover, it appeared suddenly. He was naturally dissatisfied with losing to supernatural ability. But what if you don't accept it? Everyone was taken down. Black Widow and others couldn't get in, let alone save themselves. Even his ring was taken away, and everything about him was about to end. Under the operation of Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow who was out was recalled. Next, it is natural to rescue these Black Widows. Melina helped research the potion for controlling Black Widows. At this moment, naturally, potions for treating Black Widows can also be produced. While Natasha Romanoff was dealing with these, Melina brought the healing potion. Yelena and Antonia regained their senses. Although they remembered what happened, the two couldn't control themselves. At this moment, he regained his sanity and was extremely surprised. This feeling made Yelena very unhappy. Yelena recovered, looked at Melina in front of her, and immediately couldn't help it. Oh. Melina couldn't bear it, but she still didn't choose to agree. I'm not your mother. Sui watched the scene with great interest, not knowing what would happen next. However, Yelena is not the crying little girl she used to be. After experiencing so much, Yelena has grown a lot and become a lot stronger. Definitely, the most critical point is also very beautiful. It is not as strong as in the movie, but it is very in line with normal aesthetics. Youthful beauty is just appearance, but the real Yelena is an excellent agent and an excellent Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff was busy and was very happy to see Yelena. I really want to catch up with you, but it's not the time yet. You and Melina can save more Black Widows first. Yelena also recovered a little, okay? As for Antonia in front of her, she also recovered her sanity, and she also knew that it was all because of Natasha Romanoff that she became like this. The anger and pain in her heart made Antonia couldn't help but want to take revenge on Natasha Romanoff. However, because he was restrained, he couldn't do anything. Natasha Romanoff also noticed the hatred in Antonia's eyes and stopped what she was doing. Tony, I leave this to you. I have some things to attend to. Natasha Romanoff came to Antonia, full of guilt. Although what happened at the beginning was not Natasha Romanoff's goal, but Natasha Romanoff did. Now she has to face all this. I know, it's useless to say anything. Because all of this was my plan and I did it. I want to kill Dreykov and use you to make sure he's there. This is my fault. I remember that moment countless times and regret it. Now, I think I can do something for you. Natasha Romanoff came to Sui with tears in her eyes. Sue, I know you have a way. Please help me. Sui was a little dumbfounded. It turned out that Natasha Romanoff had her own idea. The water of life can indeed heal Antonia, but Sui is a bit reluctant. This thing is very expensive. Gwen, Mary Jane, Betty, Bella, May, Pepper, and Vanessa. Sui used 7 drops and now only has 3 drops left. As an agent, Natasha Romanoff is good at intelligence and can grasp the details. It is natural to infer that Sui played a role in this. Especially May and Bella, who were both close to death. What method did Sui use to save them and even make them younger and more beautiful? According to these intelligence and clues, Natasha Romanoff is very sure that Sui must have a way to treat Antonia. You know, this stuff is expensive. Natasha Romanoff approached step by step and was about to stick to Sui, as long as you can help me. While speaking, Natasha Romanoff had already hooked Sui's neck, and the two were very close. Sui already thought about it, not to mention, Natasha Romanoff is too good at it. A look, a small movement, are enough to make Sui's heart flutter. Sui was about to agree, but was gagged. After a while, Natasha Romanoff looked at Sui bewitchingly. This is a deposit. Although I don't like it being a transaction, beautiful women are always privileged. Natasha Romanoff left Sui's side, only to find that Gwen's face was ugly. Hiss, oops, I ignored Gwen. Natasha Romanoff also saw Sui's predicament and whispered in Sui's ear, I can help you deal with her. How to deal with it? You'll know, but not now. Sui has nothing more to say, so give it. Just after giving this drop of water of life, he was really almost drained. There are too many beauties, I can't tell them apart. Sui gave Antonia a drop of water of life. Then, naturally, the water of life began to repair Antonia's body, including the burnt face and nerves. After the repair is complete, Antonia will no longer need the chip, and her face will return to normal. It will take some time. It is estimated to be a few hours. At most, it will be fully restored after awakening. Thank you, Sue. Natasha Romanoff was extremely determined and came to Antonia, I know, this can't make up for the pain you have endured over the years. If you want revenge on me, just come. Finally, everything is done. The Black Widows here are all rescued. The Black Widows in other places will be called back, and the information about the Black Widows will also be destroyed. These Black Widows are all orphans and homeless. As for the future, what they want to do depends on their own choices. In fact, Sui can take the Black Widows as his own and turn them into his own forces. However, Sui has no such idea at all. Isn't it nice to be honest and happy with girls? Whoever cares about these troublesome matters, Sui doesn't intend to care about them anyway. Dreykov felt extremely heartbroken seeing his years of hard work destroyed. It's over for me. Natasha Romanoff, I underestimated you. You ruined everything for me. It's just, do you think you can afford this space carrier and so many Black Widows? Natasha Romanoff was extremely calm. S.H.I.E.L.D is fine. Melina and Yelena also came back with a dozen or so Black Widows. These are all at the captain level. Natasha Romanoff, what do we do next? Let's deal with him first. Natasha Romanoff shot dead without hesitation, and Dreykov died tragically on the spot. These Black Widows have all suffered inhuman treatment here, so naturally they hate Dreykov extremely. At this moment, the great revenge is avenged, and they are all extremely happy. Natasha Romanoff, are you here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D or yourself? Natasha Romanoff said firmly, both. Now, I want to give you 2 tasks. The first task, next, we will set up the Heavenly Sword Bureau to protect the world. If you are willing to continue to be agents, we welcome you to stay. If you are tired of this life, then next, you are free. Most of these Black Widows have good looks and have learned a lot of skills. Even if you leave here, you can still rely on your own ability to survive. Can we really leave? Yes, we will arrange the identity. However, after you leave, don't disclose the information here. There was one person who wanted to quit. After all, this kind of life was not what she wanted. A Black Widow named Anna made her choice. I quit. What about you? We are all orphans and homeless. Although this is not our home, at least it is a place we are familiar with, and there are people we are familiar with. I would also like to stay. Natasha Romanoff didn't force the Black Widow who wanted to leave. Anna, you are free. I hope you can have a good life. Thank you, Natasha Romanoff. Next, go and count the other Black Widows. If you plan to leave, make preparations with Anna. When the time comes, Melina will send you off together. Thanks. Melina continued to get busy, while Yelena stayed behind. Natasha Romanoff looked at Yelena and was extremely happy. Yelena, you've grown up. Yelena also pretended to be indifferent and said, yeah, I'm not that little girl anymore. Then what is your choice, stay or leave here? Where can I go? My family is fake. Mom, Dad, and sister are all fake. Yelena's smile was extremely bitter, which made Natasha Romanoff very distressed. Elena, I'm sorry. I thought I killed Dreykov. I thought you were free. But you didn't come to me. I thought I was living my own life. Until recently, I didn't know that Dreykov was still alive. I know, we are fake sisters. I missed the life back then, but we have grown up. Yelena already had the answer in her heart. I know, I choose to stay. Natasha Romanoff hugged Yelena and comforted Yelena. The 2 sisters continue their relationship, and they are more likely to fight side by side in the future. Melina and Anna are back, counting done. Of the Black Widows currently on the helicarrier, only 5 are willing to leave with Anna, and most of them chose to stay. Natasha Romanoff chose to send someone to send Anna and the others away, and then there were the remaining Black Widows. Natasha Romanoff called all the Black Widows and started speaking. From today, you are no longer Black Widow, but members of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. The goal of the Tianjin Bureau is to protect world peace. We're not going to assassinate, sabotage. Our task is only to obtain intelligence and then deal with those enemies who destroy social stability. The Heavenly Sword Bureau does not belong to any national organization, definitely, nor does it belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, Melina will temporarily act as the director, and Melina will serve as the deputy director. In the future, Nick Fury will be the new director. I believe in Nick Fury, and I will work under him. I promise, he won't let you die in vain. Melina was a little worried. Natasha Romanoff, you let me be the deputy director, and Nick Fury is the director. What about you? I'm not suitable for management. I'm just an agent. I will select a few excellent agents from you to form a Black Widow team, led by me, to complete the task. Yelena immediately stated, I want to join. Several Black Widows wanted to join, but Natasha Romanoff refused. This matter is not in a hurry. I will choose carefully. Because the enemy we are going to face next is very dangerous. Yelena was extremely confident. I'm not afraid. Everything is falling into place and Melina notices Antonia. What about her? Natasha Romanoff looked at Antonia. At this moment, Antonia had begun to recover, but not fully recovered. At the beginning, she was just an innocent little girl who was hurt by me. Now that I've treated her, it's a compensation. If she wants to stay, then stay. If she wants to leave, then let her go. Yelena was a little worried. She might take revenge on you. I know, but after all, it was my fault first. Melina, let someone take her down first and take off the armor first. Give her time to recover, and give her time to decide. Antonia has recovered quite a bit. I can't thank you enough. I don't need your thanks either. Antonia was also taken away, and the only uneasy factor was taken care of. Peter, Gwen, and Tony are all a little bored. Especially Tony Stark, who thought it was a fierce battle, but in the end, there was no chance to make a move. When S.H.I.E.L.D appeared, he knocked Dreykov down with one fist. I said, "Can we go back now?" Peter echoed, "I also feel like I've done nothing to help, except to keep the girl in the armor under control." S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile, "We'll go back now, but Tony, you still have the plane." Tony realized right away, "No, I don't want to fly back for hours. Use your teleport to take me back." "All right. Natasha Romanoff, then we'll leave first." Natasha Romanoff said, "By the way, that girl and I have something to say." Gwen was a little surprised. Me? Definitely. S.H.I.E.L.D was a little worried, not knowing what Natasha Romanoff would say to Gwen. I said, "I will help you get rid of her." Natasha Romanoff took Gwen away and was going to whisper something, so S.H.I.E.L.D could naturally hear it too. Only Tony suddenly thought of one thing, a little dissatisfied. "Hey, Sue, I remember when you saved me for the first time, you said that you can't take people to teleport. That was at the time. Now, my ability has become stronger. Maybe in the future, I can take the entire planet and teleport together. Walter? Is that okay too?" S.H.I.E.L.D is not too sure after all. The ability of teleportation is related to strength, spirit, and energy. When one's own strength can drag this planet, the spiritual power can cover the whole world, and the energy is enough to destroy this planet. It should be possible. Maybe, but not now. After half a year, I should be able to teleport with this space carrier. Peter and Tony were in shock. They didn't know how to evaluate. They could only sigh in their hearts. S.H.I.E.L.D is really too powerful, so powerful that he is not human at all. S.H.I.E.L.D waited until Gwen and Natasha Romanoff came back. S.H.I.E.L.D could hear everything the two of them were talking about clearly. It can only be said that Natasha Romanoff easily handled Gwen psychologically. I don't know what Natasha Romanoff said, but Gwen really didn't mind. Honest helper. With Natasha Romanoff, there's no backyard fire to worry about anymore. Natasha Romanoff immediately announced, "Melina, Yelena, I need to go back, and I won't be back until tomorrow. During this time, the affairs here will be handled by Melina. After we come back tomorrow, we have a lot of time and can talk slowly." This time, after Natasha Romanoff takes down the Red House, Natasha Romanoff will stay here. That's Nick Fury's plan too. When Clint comes back to report, Natasha Romanoff died in the Red House. Dead Natasha Romanoff, hidden from Hydra's sight. And Natasha Romanoff in the dark, with the help of the Black Widows, can do more. Natasha Romanoff is here to stay until S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra die. Melina also has no objection. I will manage this place well. I can rest assured that. Yelena was looking forward to sitting down with Natasha Romanoff and talking slowly, and gave Natasha Romanoff a hug. "Be careful and come back early." "I will." In the end, S.H.I.E.L.D naturally took people back to Stark's villa, and then took people back to her own home. No way, I can't go back to my home. Let Tony fly away from my home, right? That's just too loud. Back at the villa, S.H.I.E.L.D felt relaxed. Sitting on the sofa, drinking happy water, enjoying a good time. Now the strength is too strong, and it is too easy to fight monsters, and there is no challenge at all. It's better to play volleyball with my sister. After Natasha Romanoff came back, she went to find a room to change clothes. Gwen didn't go home either, anyway. It was still early, and it wasn't evening yet. Even at night, Gwen has plans. Gwen. S.H.I.E.L.D took the initiative to pull Gwen to her side, and Gwen sat beside S.H.I.E.L.D. "I've already called and I said I'm going to have dinner at your house before going back." "Dinner, that's just right. I can cook a wuxia meal." Gwen was extremely anxious and seemed not very interested in dinner. Sui has seen this look before. Sure enough, Gwen took the initiative. Sui was a little nervous. I'm afraid it's not very good here, and, besides, Natasha Romanoff will be coming out soon. Gwen suddenly laughed. Isn't that what you expected? Hiss. Sui couldn't help but admire Natasha Romanoff's ability is a bit strong. A few words, just a few minutes, made Gwen change so much. I think I should go back to the bedroom. Do you remember that I prepared a gift for you? Only then did Gwen remember that Sui seemed to have mentioned this before. What gift? You'll find out later. Natasha Romanoff has changed into a casual outfit, just like in the movie, t-shirt and jeans. He even took the initiative to go to the refrigerator to get a bottle of Binqualuo, as if he was at his own home. Natasha Romanoff sat aside, her legs crossed and placed on the coffee table in front of her. This pair of long legs is enviable. Go on, don't worry about me at all. Besides, I promised you that as long as you want, I can fulfill your wish at any time. Sui was a little curious. Natasha Romanoff, aren't you going to report to the bald braised egg? It needs to be reported to work. I have already sent him a message. He will find someone to connect with me tomorrow. You know, I'm going to disappear from the site of S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra now, so I have to keep a low profile. Sui was a little speechless. The so-called low-key behavior, is that all? Appeared here swaggeringly, treating this place as his own home. Gwen couldn't care less. I don't mind. It's getting late, Sue. Let's hurry up. Sui looked at Natasha Romanoff's half-smile, but Sui didn't care. How can you back down at a time like this? Elbow, follow me into the house. Natasha Romanoff smiled more clearly. Did you tell me? If not, I won't miss the beauty delivered to my door. Besides, this is the reward for helping you rescue Yelena. That drop of water of life is another price. Then take your time. Sui didn't say anything and returned to the room with the two beauties. However, don't worry, Sui still has new preparations. Sui opened the closet and took out 2 sets of black spider pajamas from the closet. This is definitely not a symbiote battlesuit, nor is it Peter's kind of battlesuit. This set of pajamas is a casual suit made by an outside merchant. Gwen, look, this is my new gift for you. Gwen looked at the suit. Now you can sell it online. I think it's very suitable for you. Natasha Romanoff also looked at the dress. I think it looks good. Natasha Romanoff, and yours. Natasha Romanoff didn't mind. Me too. It's a pity I don't have a ladies' suit, otherwise, Natasha Romanoff, you will definitely look good in it. Sui imagined that Natasha Romanoff would definitely be a beautiful female secretary in a close-fitting work attire. Natasha Romanoff is even more attractive in the spider suit prepared by Sui. So, today I'm going to be Spider-Man too? Black Widow is also a kind of spider. I wear a spider battle suit, which seems to be quite suitable. Gwen is a ghost spider. Then I am a black spider. Sui is also quite satisfied with the name. It's a good name. Natasha Romanoff quizzed, is it just good? Sui didn't know what to say. Her heartbeat said it all. Every frown and smile, every move is breathtaking. Soon, Gwen and Natasha Romanoff changed into new battle suits. Sui was very satisfied. As expected, her vision was very good. Both sets of spider battle suits are good-looking, definitely better-looking. Sui went to prepare dinner, let the two of them take a bath and rest for a while. After half an hour, Sui prepared a table of oriental dishes. Although the two of them are not used to using chopsticks, the taste is indeed very delicious. Sue, is this an oriental dish? It tastes really good. Natasha Romanoff retorted, I ate something more delicious today, and these foods can only be ranked second. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's expression, Sui felt that there was something in Natasha Romanoff's words. After eliminating the food, the three rested for a while, and Sui was about to send Gwen back. Sui reckoned that he would never send Gwen home again. His future father-in-law, Director George, is about to pick up Gwen himself. Good night, Sue. Good night. The two are reluctant to part, but they still separate. When Sui returned home, she noticed that Natasha Romanoff actually appeared in her bedroom. A new day, the sun is shining. When Sui woke up, she felt that life was wonderful. By the way, it's time to take stock of the rewards for occupying the Red House and cutting off Natasha Romanoff. Ding, the host participated in the Red House incident. Ding, the host intercepts Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 300,000 fate points. Yelena's fate has been changed, and she has gained 150,000 fate points. Antonia's fate has been changed, get 100,000 fate points. The fate of the Red House and S.H.I.E.L.D has been changed, and 500,000 fate points have been obtained. Additionally, get the formula of perfect mind control potion and 3 chances of ordinary lucky draw. So generous? The potion formula seems to be useless, and I don't intend to control anyone. 3 ordinary lottery draws. Start the draw directly. Ding, get a special item, Horse Talisman. Ding, get a special item, 1 Kryptonite. Ding, get a special ability, Energy Devour. The horse charm has the ability to heal, not bad. The most important thing is that special items can not only be used by oneself, but also given to others. S.H.I.E.L.D gave Gwen the symbiosis battlesuit before, so S.H.I.E.L.D should think carefully about who should use this horse charm. Ordinary people don't need super abilities for the time being, and only Gwen and Natasha Romanoff have to face super strength. Gwen has a symbiote battlesuit and is not easily injured. I am also by my side and can purchase healing items from the system mall at any time. Therefore, this horse charm is most suitable for Natasha Romanoff. Give it to Natasha Romanoff then. It would be even better if you can get all 12 spells. Natasha Romanoff is an agent, very versatile. If you gather 12 spells and have 12 abilities, you will definitely become the most unsolvable agent. Speaking of which, Natasha Romanoff and Talisman might be a good fit. S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Natasha Romanoff beside her and smiled. Natasha Romanoff seemed to sense something and opened her eyes. Sue, what are you doing? It's nothing. I just think that your special training results are good, and you should be rewarded. Natasha Romanoff was still a little sleepy. I just want to sleep for a while. Okay, then I'll give you a gift after you wake up. Natasha Romanoff continued to sleep, and S.H.I.E.L.D didn't want to disturb her either. I still have things to deal with. Focus on the newly acquired ability. Energy Devouring. It can devour other energies and enhance its own energy. It seems very powerful. However, my current LV6 energy seems to be a bit difficult to improve. S.H.I.E.L.D also gave up the idea of enhancing the attribute of devouring energy. After all, it is too difficult. Unless it is devouring those powerful energies. For example, the power of the sun, the phoenix force, the origin magic power, or the power of the gods and the dimension Mephisto. The power to swallow the sun is estimated to be closer, at least on the ground. It is of little significance. If you want to swallow nuclear energy to increase your level, it can only be said that it is difficult. Tony estimated that he would have to build several large arc reactors for S.H.I.E.L.D to devour in order to help S.H.I.E.L.D upgrade to a level. After that, more energy is required. Even if Tony is poor, it is estimated that he will not be able to improve to LV8. It can be upgraded again, so let's improve the spirit. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the control over strength, speed, and energy. S.H.I.E.L.D is too strong now, he has to maximize his control power. Almighty Evolution System. Host, S.H.I.E.L.D. Age, 19. Fate points, 9.74 million. Intelligence, LV6. Power, LV7, 100,000 tons. Speed, LV6, Mach 10. Endurance, LV7. Spirit, LV7. Energy, LV6. Battle skill, LV4. Special abilities, teleportation, flight, wind blade, danger warning, hearing strengthening, energy devouring. Special items, 1 Kryptonite, horse charm, 2 drops of water of life. Special props, none. S.H.I.E.L.D rested for a while, then got up to wash and prepare breakfast. Before Natasha Romanoff woke up, S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but kiss Natasha Romanoff on the forehead. Natasha Romanoff, it's time to wake up. Natasha Romanoff had a happy smile on her face, okay? After breakfast, Natasha Romanoff recovered. Natasha Romanoff, now, would you like to see what I have for you? Natasha Romanoff is not sure about S.H.I.E.L.D's gift, whether he is serious or not. I think it's better to wait until night to watch. I still have a task this morning. S.H.I.E.L.D laughed as soon as she heard it. Natasha Romanoff must have misunderstood. So, out of thin air, He took out the horse charm from the system backpack. It was naturally placed in the hands of Natasha Romanoff. It's this gift. Natasha Romanoff looked at the spell. It looked like a stone with a pattern on it. It looked like a horse. There are only a few traces, but it feels lifelike. What is this, a stone? No, this is a powerful stone called a charm. There are 12 talismans in total, and the 12 zodiac signs are depicted on them. This talisman depicts the appearance of a horse, so it is a horse talisman. And the ability of the horse charm is healing, which can heal injuries and eliminate all abnormal external forces in the body. Simply put, it should be able to treat all injuries and diseases. Your body should also be able to recover. Natasha Romanoff was a little shocked, you know? Can this really be recovered? It's definitely possible. Then what should I do? S.H.I.E.L.D grabbed Natasha Romanoff's hand, and a small wind blade cut through his fingertips. A drop of blood fell on the horse charm, and the horse charm instantly lit up. Then flowed up and merged into Natasha Romanoff. It disappeared. It's integrated into your body. I think you should have the healing ability. Your body will also be self-healing soon. Although Natasha Romanoff still didn't believe it, she felt the changes in her body. Natasha Romanoff has the healing ability, and this ability allows Natasha Romanoff to perceive her own situation. It's really healing me. Natasha Romanoff wept with joy and hugged S.H.I.E.L.D. Thank you, Sue, for making me whole. S.H.I.E.L.D patted Natasha Romanoff on the back. You don't need to thank me, you are my woman. Although I don't want a child yet, I'm very happy to be able to heal your body. Natasha Romanoff blushed. I don't think I can really settle down right now. It's okay, there will always be time in the future, and I still need you to help me stabilize the backyard. Natasha Romanoff didn't quite understand. S.H.I.E.L.D explained, I just want you to help me persuade other people to live in harmony as a family and not to quarrel. Family? Natasha Romanoff was a little moved. So am I also your family? Definitely. Okay, I'll help you. Just when Natasha Romanoff was excited, she received the message. After reading the message, Natasha Romanoff said, Sue, you have to take me to Tony's house. Walter. Nick sent someone to meet me, and the meeting place was at Tony's house. Nick would send an agent, and that person was going to find Tony on the surface, but in fact, he was meeting with me. S.H.I.E.L.D was speechless. Will Tony be willing if you do this? Natasha Romanoff made a thoughtful expression. Definitely not. Natasha Romanoff was going to Tony's house, and S.H.I.E.L.D didn't refuse. I made a phone call with Tony, discussed it, and then went with someone. Tony is still in the basement research room, researching the new battle suit. S.H.I.E.L.D saw Tony's research, and now Tony is making a portable armor. It is the battle armor worn when fighting the whip. It looks pretty good, but it's still inconvenient. You should study the nano armor. Tony threw the tools aside. Do you really think that research is easy? If you want to make a nano armor, you have to be at least 20 years ahead of the world. There is no such technical foundation to support it. S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile, your father's inventions are also far ahead of the times. You are better than him. I believe you will definitely have a way. Tony wasn't angry. You're right, Tony, am no worse than anyone else. JRVIS, search for me, Helen Zhao, Han descendant. He may be in school now, or he may have become a doctor. Yes, sir. Tony was a little curious, so, what's so strange about this man? She is a very smart woman who can help you research nanotechnology. The search is complete, and the target is confirmed. Helen Zhao's information appeared on the screen, and Tony saw the photo at a glance. Hey Sue, are you sure she can help me with nanotechnology and not because you think she's pretty? I'm not sure either. After all, people in that country have too much makeup and plastic surgery. You still have to meet yourself to know if you're pretty. Tony looked at Zhao Hailuan's resume and found that it was really good. He is already a PhD at a young age, and he is about to graduate with a PhD. Looks good, but not as smart as me. Then definitely, the great Tony Stark, who is cursed with knowledge. I think you can take advantage of her studying here, sign her up, set up a studio, and work on nanotechnology. Tony is also very yearning for nanotechnology. I think what you said is right. JRVIS, send her an offer. Just say that I am willing to build a laboratory for her alone, and invite her to the Stark building for an interview tomorrow. Yes, sir. Tony was extremely excited and continued to study the armor with S.H.I.E.L.D. in the basement research room. Natasha Romanoff is connected with the agent. This agent is also a female agent, a pure rookie, but with an unusual background. Sharon Carter is Peggy Carter's niece. It was this identity that made Nick Fury choose her. Although he is only a rookie, his potential and ability are still very good. The two successfully completed the handover. Natasha Romanoff passed the information about the Tianjin Bureau to Sharon, and Sharon also explained the order from Nick Fury. After the mission of the two was completed, Sharon suddenly said, "I still have a mission, I need to talk to Sue." Natasha Romanoff didn't mind. "Okay, I'll call him." Sue followed Natasha Romanoff to the living room and saw Sharon Carter. "Hello, Sharon. The director asked me to tell you that we have found the two people you were looking for. Can you send people to my villa? If it's not convenient, tell me where they are, and I'll take them away." Sharon said, "Actually, they're out there." Sue was taken aback. This is to make trouble. If Wanda and Pietro see Tony, it is estimated that they will die directly. However, it doesn't seem like a bad thing for them to meet Tony. Could you please bring them in? No problem. After a while, Sharon brought in two people. Wanda and Pietro. Pietro looks like a punk, very vicious. What are you going to do? Let go of Wanda. As for Wanda, her hair is disheveled and her face cannot be seen clearly. Sue walked up to Wanda and helped Wanda brush her hair. However, Wanda is not a gentle girl. She just turned her head and shook her hair. Sue smiled, as expected of my wife. She just has character. Definitely, apart from her personality, her looks are amazing. And this figure, Sue found that the appearance and figure were a bit abnormal. Judging by their clothes, the two of them didn't get along very well. "How old are you now?" Pietro stepped forward. "Why should I tell you? Let us go." Sue felt a little helpless. "You make it difficult for me. Don't you want to seek revenge from Tony Stark? I can help you. Pietro has long been consumed by hatred. What can you help us? Why should I trust you? For example, I can help you call Tony Stark in front of you. But the problem is you can't beat him now. Wanda is smarter and more rational. Why are you helping us? Definitely because of you, Wanda. You have unparalleled potential. Pietro has a bad feeling, maybe because he is also a man. Pietro feels that Sue's purpose is impure. You don't want to get Wanda's idea. Wanda is also very assertive. Can you help us gain power and defeat Tony Stark? In fact, it is to guide and develop the power hidden in your body. If you can master this power, you can even destroy this world. Natasha Romanoff and Sharon couldn't help but be a little more wary of Wanda. Destroying the world, this is no joke. Wanda also has some hesitation. I don't want to destroy the world. I just want revenge, and I want Tony Stark to pay the price he deserves. Sue was quite satisfied with the answer. It seems that you haven't been swallowed by hatred yet. About revenge, you hate Tony Stark because he made the missile. So do you know who fired the missile? Wanda understood what Sue meant. Are you trying to persuade us to give up our hatred for Tony Stark? No, I just let you analyze and judge for yourself. I know that when you were young, that missile brought you indelible pain. However, now that you have grown up, you have enough intelligence to analyze, judge, and make decisions. Wanda calmed down quite a bit and said viciously, even if he didn't launch it, he still has an unshirkable responsibility. Sue looked at Wanda's ferocious expression. It was really pretty. I absolutely agree. Tony, you have guests. Tony Stark was a little speechless and walked out of the underground research room. I've tolerated your agent activities here, but this is my home. Seeing the enemy, Pietro and Wanda were extremely jealous. Tony Stark, I'm going to kill you. Pietro had already rushed over, and Tony was taken aback. What's the situation? You better stop, or I have the right to shoot you. This is my home. Sue also temporarily controlled Pietro with the symbiote battlesuit. Tony looked at the two in front of him. What's going on? They're Sokovia people. They lost their loved ones in a war many years ago. It happened that a Stark industrial missile fell in front of them. Although the bomb did not explode, it had an indelible impact on them when they were young. Pain. They came to seek revenge on you. After listening to Sue's narration, Tony immediately paid attention to the main point. Sue, Are you sure Stark Industries made the bomb? How could the bomb I made be a dud? You're questioning my ability. Sui couldn't laugh or cry. Tony, you seem to be focusing on the wrong point. The point is that the missile you made was used elsewhere. Now you have to give them an explanation. Tony has indeed changed a lot after experiencing the 10 Ring Gang incident. Have the idea of changing the world and taking responsibility. Okay, I'll look it up. It should have been Stan management about 10 years ago. Tony looked at Wanda and Pietro. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility, it's just that I really didn't expect the weapons I made to be misused. Wanda directly mocked and replied, then the great Tony Stark, what do you think the weapon will be used for? Do you make a fire to keep warm? Tony was stunned speechless. Sue hurriedly made a rescue. Wanda, Pietro, I know you hate Tony Stark. I think you can give him a chance to find out the truth. Pete Logan didn't care about this at all. I don't trust him, and I don't trust you. You brought us here just to get rid of us. We will not compromise. We will take revenge even if we die. Sui spread his arms and could only focus on Wanda. Wanda still looks relatively normal now, not completely blackened yet. After all, Big Brother Pietro hasn't been shot to death yet. I haven't fallen in love with robots yet. And no children. Wanda, what do you think? I'll give him a chance to prove himself. So, shall we go? It seems that Wanda still doesn't believe in herself. Sui has to use other methods. How do you take revenge after you leave? He is a rich man and enjoys privileges in this city. He also has a steel armor. How do you take revenge? The two fell into silence, and Sui continued, I can help you develop the strength in your body, and then you can easily beat Tony Stark. Tony panicked a bit. Hey Sue, are you kidding me? Can she beat me? Your technology is indeed very powerful, but this is not a world with only technology. Just like you can't beat me, when her power is discovered, you can't beat her either. Impossible, I don't believe it. Sui continued to introduce, the power she possesses is called Origin Magic Power, which is extremely powerful. I guess it may be the power in her body that allows her to modify the probability of the missile and make the missile become a dud. And Origin Magic Power exerted to the extreme can affect the world, alter reality. If she wants, she can modify the world to look like she wants. Tony didn't understand, but was shocked. Water, that's not scientific at all. So it's called magic. Tony suddenly felt that Alexander, it seemed, not only had to study technology, but also magic. Anti-magic armor seems to be very necessary. The problem is, I have never been exposed to magic, and I don't even understand the principles of magic. How can I make an anti-magic armor? Wanda was very interested. Can you help me obtain such power? The power has always been in you. It's just because the power is too strong, it hasn't been shown. I will help you hire a teacher to teach you how to control this power. The person Sui is talking about is naturally the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Although the Ancient One magician practiced white magic, he also absorbed the power of darkness. Origin Magic Power, as a type of power, Ancient One magician is definitely the way to deal with it. Ancient One magician, can you hear it? It's fine if you can't hear it. I'll take someone there later. All of a sudden, some sparks appeared out of nowhere. It's as if someone cut the space. Tony and the others looked at all this in shock, this crazy world. Tony, why don't you learn magic too? In a parallel universe, you were a Sorcerer Supreme. Me? I don't learn magic. Technology is the truth. When Sui saw the Ancient One magician, he respected him immensely. Ancient One magician. Ancient One sighed, you have completely lost time. Those who play with time will eventually be played by time. I don't think I'm playing with time. I just want to change my destiny and take the future into my own hands. The future is never static. One decision, one idea, can change the future. Then, I can change the future too. The Ancient One magician was speechless. You can do whatever you want. Sui could tell that Ancient One magician was going to mess it up. Probably ready to retire. These issues are left to my apprentices, the next Sorcerer Supreme King, to worry about. Are you going to let me teach her? Definitely. You are Sorcerer Supreme. Besides you, who else is more suitable to be her teacher? The Ancient One magician knew of the existence of Wanda, and also of the Origin Magic Power. The power contained in Wanda's body is the magic power of chaos, which cannot be manipulated easily. I can only teach her the method of meditation, strengthen her own mind and will, and enhance her control over power. Then, teach her magic knowledge and let her know how to use this power. Wanda in the movie universe has never used her own power, and she has to explore it all by herself. This also led to the fact that in the early and midterm, they clearly possessed strong power, but they could not fully control it. Until later, I met Hagatha in Shijing Town and got the Book of Darkness. Only then did I have a certain understanding of magic. If Wanda can learn magic knowledge in advance and train herself, she will definitely be stronger. When Thanos comes over, he probably has to be torn apart by Wanda. Sui nodded. I think this is enough, but she still has to be willing. Wanda has seen with her own eyes how powerful the Ancient One magician is, and she can use the portal to go back and forth at will. Moreover, it seems that Sui also respects this magician. Wanda, would you like to learn magic knowledge from Ancient One magician? Pietro immediately refused. What magician? I think it's a magic stick. Although the Ancient One magician won't be angry, it is necessary to let him know how powerful the Sorcerer Supreme is. Just one palm, Pietro's soul astral, floating in the air. Pietro looked at his soul astral and couldn't believe it. What happened? What did you do to me? Ancient One magician smiled kindly, teaching you to respect others. Wanda can only sense but not see Pietro. What did you do to him? Soul astral, it's just a simple spell. Immediately afterwards, under the operation of Ancient One magician, Pietro's soul returned. Pietro woke up, panting heavily. The experience just now was really amazing and unbelievable. When he looked at the Ancient One magician again, Pietro had already been persuaded a lot, and he didn't dare to provoke this so-called magician anymore. I would like to learn magic from the magician, it's just Pietro. Sui said, leave it to me, and I will arrange for him to rent a house near my house. Pietro sensed Sui's motives, knew that Sui coveted Wanda, and immediately vetoed it. I won't agree. Actually, you have nowhere to go. You stay with me, and Wanda can find you easily when she comes back. Pietro hesitated again and again, so he could only agree. But Pietro was still not at ease and warned Sui, don't try to get Wanda's idea, I will keep an eye on you. Wanda decided to learn magic from Ancient One magician, but she was still worried about the unreliable big brother Pietro. Wanda came to Sui and expressed her sincere thanks. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, my goal is you. Because you are beautiful and can attract me, because your potential is very strong, the world needs you. Tony Stark was a little unhappy. Sue, you're such a liar. Sui also once said to Tony, you are the smartest person in the world, and the world needs you. Tony should have realized by now that Sui was sycophanting on the surface, but in fact he was using him as a tool. You are definitely needed, but the premise is that you are not so extreme. In the comics, Tony and the Captain represent two extremes. Take the Registration Act as an example. Tony is willing to sacrifice the so-called freedom for the sake of safety. It is also shown in the movie that Tony had the idea of protecting the world with steel armor. But the Captain firmly believes in human nature and pursues freedom. Neither is wrong, but at the same time, both are a bit extreme. I'm extreme. How is it possible? Sui didn't explain. Wanda still didn't like Tony. Tony Stark, I'll give you a chance. Let you find evidence and information, and I'll come to you. Tony was very helpless. I didn't mess with any of you. Why did you have to target me? Sui patted Tony on the shoulder. Take the blame for it. No, find out the evidence and information carefully. Otherwise, she can make you sleep badly in the future with a single spell. Walter. Tony looked at Sui with a bit of resentment, as if saying, it's not interesting for you to sell your friends for glory. After Wanda warned Tony Stark, she decided to leave. Now it is definitely impossible to fight. And after calming down, Wanda also found some problems. So, promised to give Tony a chance, but did not give up the idea of revenge. Wanda finally came to Sui. Pietro, don't cause trouble. Wait for me to come back. Pietro was a little unhappy. I was born before you. I am the big brother. That's what he said, but Pietro agreed. Be careful of that Oriental man. His purpose is not pure. Wanda is not stupid. She can sense some of it. I know. Sui didn't mind. Natasha Romanoff, why don't you take Pietro away? Train him. Natasha Romanoff looked at Pietro. I'm not interested in this kind of kid. Even if I train now, I guess I can only deal with a punk. Pietro was immediately upset when Natasha Romanoff belittled him. I just agreed to stay, but I never said I would follow your arrangement. I don't think she can train me anything. Natasha Romanoff originally wanted to take a break, but now it seems that she must show her hands. Walking up to Pietro, go ahead, kid. Pete Logan didn't take Natasha Romanoff seriously, and Natasha Romanoff also looked down on Pietro. Suddenly shot, Pietro has not reacted. He was directly knocked down by a series of actions, and then knocked down to the ground. It's not fair, you sneak attack. If I'm going to sneak attack, you can't see me at all, you're already a dead man. Natasha Romanoff stood up and returned to Sui handsomely. This kid is nothing special at all, not worth cultivating. He actually has the potential to acquire super abilities, but his personality doesn't seem suitable. Sui smiled and said to Pietro, Pietro, you don't want to be Wanda's weakness either? Following her, you can learn a lot of skills, at least have the ability to protect yourself, and change your character by the way. She is the top agent in the world. She only has one chance. If you can get her approval in the future, you can also get super abilities. Tony Stark was sour. Why did a person suddenly appear with super abilities? The point is, I can only rely on armor and technology. It's normal that he can't beat Sui, a pervert. Hearing what Sui said, he might not even be able to beat any of them. This is a bit outrageous. Tony's damn desire to win has been fully stimulated, and he decided to continue improving the armor. Pietro thought for a moment. He is a big brother, unable to protect his sister Wanda, and even dragging his feet, Pietro couldn't accept it. What's more, he can also obtain super abilities. This made Pietro extremely envious. I promise to come down. Wanda and Pietro have places to go. Wanda asked, I wonder, how long do we need to be apart? I don't know, you can often meet. As long as you master the portal proficiently, you can come back at any time. Definitely, you can also visit Pietro in training. As for Pietro, how long does it take for him to be recognized? Natasha Romanoff, what do you think? Natasha Romanoff unceremoniously gave her own answer. If he doesn't have super ability, it will take at least 10 years to barely reach the passing level. I don't need 10 years. Sui nodded. Tony should be able to get the information you want in a few months. Wanda and Pietro have arrangements, so it seems that everyone should leave. Ancient One Magician said, Mr. Su, I want to ask Mr. Su to talk about something. No problem, I have something to do here, I'll find you later. Although I don't know what the Ancient One Magician wanted from me, but it is not easy to get involved with this great god. Regarding Suyi's matter, it must be used as a tool to send back brother-in-law Pietro and Natasha Romanoff. Although it won't take much time, there are still some trivial matters to deal with. The Ancient One Magician took Wanda. Wanda followed the Ancient One Magician to Kamartaj and was shocked. Where is this place? Kamartaj, a small village in the Himalayas. Wanda couldn't believe it. She came to the other side of the planet in just a short moment. You can do it later. Wanda noticed that there is not only Ancient One Magician alone, it seems to be a group of magicians. Ancient One Magician saw through Wanda's mind. They're also magicians, and they usually study spells here. Monitor multiple dimensions, and when disasters occur in the real world, we will also appear to protect the world. But there is nothing we can do about the disputes in the world. This is an internal dispute, and we have no right to blame a certain party. Wanda also understands that this kind of thing cannot be stopped by one person. Ancient One Magician, why did that person call you just now, and you suddenly appeared? Could it be that you're here, and you can also know what happened over there? The Ancient One Magician smiled. He is a person with a powerful ability. I'm not sure whether his appearance is good or bad for this world. So, I have been observing him. At present, his appearance should be a good thing for the world. Wanda's first impression of Sui was mediocre. She only thought Sui was very powerful and mysterious. So does the Ancient One Magician know about Tony Stark? What kind of guy is he? The Ancient One magician just smiled and didn't answer. People are complex. Whether they are good or bad, according to different standards, there will be different answers. It's useless for me to say more. You will have your own judgment. Wanda didn't ask any more. I see. Ancient One magician. After chatting for a while, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly appeared teleported. There was no portal, and it just appeared in front of the two of them suddenly. Wanda was not mentally prepared at all, and Wanda was so frightened that her heart surged and her mood fluctuated. Hi, Wanda. Hi, Ancient One magician. Long time no see. I don't know what's important to find me this time. Wanda and S.H.I.E.L.D are unfamiliar, and they didn't even say hello. The Ancient One magician still had a kind face. This morning, I perceived a magical power. This force does not seem to belong to this universe. But, miraculously, it fits into this universe again. S.H.I.E.L.D immediately understood that it was caused by the horse charm. If she hadn't brought Natasha Romanoff to find Tony, she probably would have shown up and taken S.H.I.E.L.D and Natasha Romanoff away. In the end, he was also perceived by S.H.I.E.L.D, and he was summoned directly. Ancient One magician also hesitated a bit. Appearing in front of the world like this is not necessarily a good thing. But in the end, Ancient One magician stood up. Anyway, Dr. Strange will appear in front of the public in the future, and if I appear earlier, nothing will happen. Ancient One magician is talking about the horse charm. This thing does come from another world. The purpose of the Ancient One magician is just that, special powers from other worlds. This power can strengthen Natasha Romanoff, and it can strengthen others. If the Avengers Alliance can be stronger, no matter what kind of enemy it is, it can easily deal with it. The power you get from other worlds is given to those around you. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. You know, Natasha Romanoff is my girlfriend, and she also faces danger. This power can not only protect her, but also protect the world. You should trust Natasha Romanoff. She will not endanger the world. The Ancient One magician naturally believed S.H.I.E.L.D's defense. I didn't mean to stop you. This time it was S.H.I.E.L.D's turn to be shocked. The Ancient One magician didn't want to stop himself. This is no small problem. It can be said that the fate of many superheroes has been messed up by S.H.I.E.L.D. I thought it would take a while to convince the Ancient One magician. It seems that the Ancient One magician has already acquiesced in changing the destiny by himself and changing the world magically. You helped Gwen gain super ability and become a ghost spider. Guide Peter and become a real Spider-Man. Now arrange for Wanda to learn magic. All of this is enhancing the power of this world. It seems to be moving in a good direction. Why should I stop it? S.H.I.E.L.D breathed a sigh of relief. I thought the Ancient One magician would say that this would lead to a more powerful and unpredictable disaster. It will indeed lead to greater disasters, but I believe in you and in them. They were going to be superheroes, and now they're going to be even better. I trust them. Worthy of being a sorcerer supreme, it just makes sense. No wonder, when the time comes, he will be able to die calmly. Okay, so, Ancient One magician, is it for this that you called me here? The Ancient One magician nodded. Almost. To be precise, I hope you can improve them. Not only ability, but also Xinqing and the ability to deal with all aspects. Including Strange. Strange, the future Sorcerer Supreme, is now a doctor. S.H.I.E.L.D also thought about intercepting Christine before, but didn't find the opportunity. Next, after I graduate, I can contact you. He's an arrogant man. Ancient One magician agrees. Yeah, he's too vain and complacent, and that limits his possibilities. So, I hope you can hone him. S.H.I.E.L.D understood. Ancient One magician is planning to use himself as a sharpening stone for Dr. Strange. This idea seems to be good. I don't know much about magic, and I think Wanda might be a better match for him. Wanda needs to fight to improve his control of power. Just in time, Dr. Strange also needs a genius to blow his pride. Wanda didn't understand what the two were talking about. It seems to be discussing another person and then pulling it on himself. They all have faults, and it may be most appropriate for you to come forward. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't refuse either. Anyway, she would help Wanda. As for Dr. Strange, it would be a big deal to take away Christine's compensation. In order to compensate him, train him well? Ancient One magician looked at S.H.I.E.L.D strangely. Only then did S.H.I.E.L.D realize that the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One can spy on people's psychology. His thoughts are clearly seen. His mental power is obviously not enough to resist the prying eyes of the Ancient One magician. Ancient One magician, this is disrespectful. Sorry, your thinking is too obvious. If you want to learn, I can teach you the method of meditation, which can enhance your spiritual power. Seemingly aware of something, Ancient One magician added, it can resist the perception of me, Professor X, and Jean Grey. Then, let me try to learn it. However, I haven't fought a magician yet, and I don't know the magician's tricks. How about, let's compete for a while, I also want to test how strong I am now. After all, the magician has thousands of tricks, Sui can't figure it out, Titan Star Wars, Doctor Strange looks so weak. Is it true that one force breaks all laws? Ancient One magician is also very curious about Suyi's strength. He can only feel that Suyi's strength is very strong. And, in a short period of time, it became even stronger again. From Ancient One magician's point of view, Sui seems to have no limit and develop in all aspects. If it continues to grow, Thor and Scarlet, which are no match for Sui, can. The space collapsed suddenly, and Wanda was involved before she could adapt. Ancient One magician is extremely skilled in controlling the mirror space. In just a few seconds, everything turned upside down. Wanda didn't have any influence, just stood and looked at everything in front of her. Sui was floating in the air, looking at the chaotic world in front of him. He was extremely shocked. Mirror space, it's amazing. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Let's talk about learning magic later. I just want to try my own strength now. Sui felt that the shackles on his body seemed to be unlocked, and power surged up. Facing the building in front of him, he punched it. The speed of this punch seemed to produce a sonic boom. Then I saw the building in front of me collapsed. Sui was still not satisfied and immediately exploded with energy. There is no special way to use it, just like the explosion in Dragon Ball, to vent the power. The whole person rushed into the building and was instantly raised to the ground with a radius of hundreds of meters. Fortunately, Ancient One magician controlled the mirror space and time and sent himself and Wanda to a location far away from Sui. Wanda looked at Sui in disbelief. This power is even more exaggerated than missiles. Is he really human? Ancient One magician nodded. He is indeed a human being, with human genes, flesh, and blood. It's just that he has evolved a lot, not a mutant, but a real evolution. In the distance, Sui used his strength recklessly. A wind blade seemed to cut through the sky. This feeling of not having to control power is really cool. I can do whatever I want. Wanda looked at Sui with some doubts. Ancient One magician, are you sure he is a good person? The corner of Ancient One's mouth twitched. His power is too strong, and he has always been careful to restrain and suppress his own power. This is the first time he has used his full strength, so it is understandable that he is a little excited. Sui was completely immersed in it, releasing her own power. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The mirror image space is really a magical skill, and this skill can be learned. After learning the skill, you can directly lock the enemy into a small black room and beat them up. Here, don't care about the impact on the real world at all. Thinking of this, Sui suddenly became proud. Thanos? As long as he dares to come, he will never come back. Sui briefly tried his own ability, very strong. Generally, people would only use 2 words to describe it: dirt, monster. The Ancient One magician finally couldn't stand it anymore. Although it doesn't affect the real world here, Sui's ability is a bit beyond expectations. Sui wreaking havoc here will increase the consumption of Ancient One magician to maintain the image space. While it's bearable for the Ancient One magician, there's no need to delay. Mr. Su, your growth rate is really fast. But if you want to deal with Thanos, it may not be enough. Is Thanos very strong? You know something about him. Not much, it seems. Sui thought back on Thanos' performance. It was hard to make people think he was strong. In the comics, Thanos himself seems to belong to level sub-godfather, and Ancient One magician and Odin belong to level godfather. However, Thanos in the comics mostly relies on treasures, infinite gems, the heart of the universe, and so on. In the movie, it looks even weaker. It may be that the way of presentation is wrong. When Thanos hit the Green Titan, there was no sense of violence of force collision at all, nor the feeling of force crushing, and it became a military punch. Definitely, he was even punched by the 50-50 captain. Ancient One Magician continued, as a Titan, he is also a special existence. The current him is the strength of the sub-celestial father. His physical fitness is not weaker than yours at all, and he may even be stronger than you. Real or fake? In the movie, is it weakened so much? Does Thanos really have a strength of 100,000 tons, or even stronger? I knew you wouldn't believe it, you punched me. Sui was stunned. Ancient One Magician, don't you want to play like this? Do you really think that you are the Fire Cloud Cthulhu? I will use spells to resist. Sui hesitated for a while, but still chose to believe in the Ancient One Magician. Then you are ready. My punch has a power of 100,000 tons. This is an exaggeration for Sui. It doesn't mean that he has a strength of 100,000 tons, and this punch is that powerful. Sui also controlled the strength. It's better to try it out first. Seeing that the Ancient One Magician has cast spells with both hands, he is ready. Sui punched him fiercely, the speed of his fist surpassing the speed of sound. This punch produced a sonic boom, which was extremely terrifying. Ancient One Magician also cast a spell in time, and a ring blocked Sui's punch. This punch hit the spell shield fiercely, and the entire mirror space trembled. However, this punch did not shatter the spell shield. The Ancient One Magician only flew back about 10 meters before stopping his figure. Is it that powerful? Continue. Sui flew towards the Ancient One Magician at an extremely fast speed, punch after punch. Ola ola. The violent fists were actually blocked. Sui also stopped, Sorcerer Supreme, well-deserved name. This defense is a bit powerful. If you use super high speed, is it possible to sneak attack? Ancient One Magician still knows how terrifying Sui's speed is, although in battle, it can't reach 10 times the speed of sound. But in close combat, Sui's reaction speed can definitely prevent the magicians from casting spells in time. I just let you learn about spells, but you want to sneak attack me, an old man who is hundreds of years old? Sui, who was discovered, was not embarrassed at all. It's normal to want to be the sixth child. After all, who doesn't want to be the sixth child? Just a thought, if you are the enemy, I have to find a way to defeat you. The Ancient One Magician smiled. Your idea is indeed good. In terms of melee combat, I am definitely not your opponent. If it is in a formal battle, I will not give you such a chance. Sui couldn't help complaining in her heart. Obviously, I was stabbed in the back by my apprentice Caecilius. However, Sui dare not speak out. Looking at Ancient One Magician's expression again, his face remained unchanged, as if he didn't hear his complaints. Sui hastily changed the topic. Ancient One Magician, can this mirrored space be used as a small dark room, or a place of exile? Ancient One Magician also answered seriously, maintaining the mirror space also requires power consumption. If you want to exile the enemy, exile to another dimension is more suitable than being locked in the mirror space. Sui immediately became interested. By the way, was Hela exiled to a certain dimension? The Ancient One Magician saw through Sui's mind at a glance. That's true, but I can't open that dimension, and that dimension was blocked by Odin himself. It's a pity, I still want to challenge Hela. After all, she is the goddess of death, so she shouldn't be weak. Ancient One Magician doesn't even want to expose Sui. You want to challenge your weakness, right? If you want to go, you can learn the magic of the Dimension Gate. Let's talk about it later. Let's continue to discuss. The discussion was still going on, and Sui also saw various spells of the Ancient One Magician. Low EQ, bells, and whistles. High emotional intelligence, extremely cool spells. That is, the lethality is not very good. There are not many attack methods, no wonder Ancient One Magician likes to play melee. Among them, Sui was impressed by two spells. Sidorak's Crimson Chains. The confinement ability of this spell is really not weak. Sui almost broke free. It is estimated that the Ancient One Magician put some water in, otherwise, I might have to spend a little more effort. There is another spell, Bossat's Thunder. When the Ancient One Magician is released, it's not like Doctor Strange in the movie. There are only two. Two thick thunderbolts in Ancient One magician's hand twisted violently, destroying everything. However, on the way, it will actually split. The split thunderbolt is not weak at all. Soon, it turned into countless snake-like power of the thunder and lightning. Really thunderous, destroying everything. The destructive power of this move is a bit strong. The speed is a little weaker, it can't reach the speed of light at all, but it is also an extremely terrifying speed. Unless you use teleportation, you can't escape the power of the thunder and lightning if you fly at 10 times the speed of sound. What's more, this power of the thunder and lightning is quite a lot. Like a silver dragon dancing wildly, it is still a bit scary. Damn, the movie misled me. In order to save special effects, it is forcibly weakened. But, fortunately, Sui-Yi's physical stamina is pretty good. Direct physical resistance, and then swallowed part of the energy with the energy-devouring skill. Sui suffered a slight injury, but within a minute, Sui fully recovered. Swallowing energy can really increase one's own energy attributes, but unfortunately, it's not enough. If only Dormammu could be devoured. Dormammu, master of the dark dimension. Ancient One magician steals dark powers to stay alive. In the movie, Doctor Strange is unable to defeat Dormammu, only using the time gem to trap Dormammu in a loop. Eventually, Dormammu got tired of the repetition and chose to leave. Dormammu is a pure energy body. If I devour him, the energy can definitely exceed LV10. However, with his current strength, Sui doesn't think he can beat Dormammu. After all, Dormammu is a strong man who has devoured countless planets and pulled countless worlds into the dark dimension. The Ancient One magician sensed Sui-Yi's thoughts. Your strength is already very strong. In terms of physical fitness, although you can't reach the level of Hela. But according to your growth rate, it may not be long before you can be as strong as her. Sui knew that the current self was not the opponent of Ancient One magician and Hela. However, in the future, it's hard to say. Equally strong? That's not enough. What I want is to conquer her. However, it is not so easy to conquer a queen. The battle was over, and Wanda watched the battle between the two, only to feel that the three views collapsed. Is this the magician? The portal, the mirror space, and the lightning made Wanda feel small. As for Sui, it is unbelievable that he is really a human being. The battle is over, the mirror space is closed, and everything returns to normal. Wanda stared blankly at everything in front of her. It seems that I am not strong enough. Ancient One magician knows Sui-Yi's definition of being strong, invincible. According to this standard, Sui is indeed not strong enough. But by normal standards, Sui is already too strong. So, would you like to help Wanda and Doctor Strange? Definitely no problem. I will help them and make them even better. Especially Strange. Today I will help him hone his character. Sui has always had this idea before, and today is a good opportunity. Are you going to help Strange hone his mind? You are greedy, Christine. The Ancient One magician sees through everything and does not puncture it. Anyway, Strange and Christine are still together in the end, and they will not achieve a positive result in the future. This little change has changed, and it doesn't seem like a big deal. You'd better control yourself. Yeah, I'm good at this. Ancient One magician is still worried about the future. After all, he is not dead yet. Since you are not dead, you have to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Solve the world crisis and train new people. Ancient One magician, can I leave? Anytime. Sui was not in a hurry. Wanda, bye. Wanda didn't respond because she still doesn't know what Sui-Yi's full name is. Ancient One magician, is the purpose of you teaching me just to protect this world? I hope you can control this power so that it will not harm the world and even protect it. As for his purpose, because he is a playboy. Ancient One magician exposed Sui-Yi's true face without any hesitation. After Wanda knew the answer, she felt a little more disgusted immediately. No wonder they have a good relationship with Tony Stark. It turns out that they're the same kind of people. Walter? I don't like this kind of dude. The Ancient One magician didn't answer. For a little girl like Wanda, it is estimated that it will be difficult to escape. What's more, Sui also has an epic wingman, Natasha Romanoff. This matter is not important. I will take you to your bedroom first. Next, you will live here and learn spells. Wanda remembered her hatred and agreed. Yes, Ancient One magician. Sui returned home. Natasha Romanoff left, and the house was quiet again. Today, go to Christine. No, it's to help Doctor Strange sharpen his mind. There is also today's harvest, which changed the fate of Wanda and Pietro, and should also harvest a little fate point. Sui asked the system to make a quick count and gave the result. It's not bad. I made another 110,000. A helmet was also drawn in the lottery. Sui looked at the helmet in his hand. It was used to isolate telepathy. Unfortunately, Sui doesn't have the habit of being a Magneto. It's still the most important thing to improve your mental power. As long as your mental power is high enough, you won't be afraid of being noticed. It's not strong enough. System, increase energy. Except for intelligence, all have reached LV7. Sui is a bit regretful, his intelligence is still at LV6. Before integrating the knowledge of the lizard professor, but failed to make the intelligence reach LV7. To be precise, I have more than half of the experience of LV6. To improve intelligence with fate points, 1,000,000 fate points must be spent. I feel bad. Could it be that I am self-taught? Then teach yourself. Sui also has her own ideas, and the aspect of intelligence is not limited to one discipline. I can learn multidisciplinary knowledge, which can improve this attribute. In this world, there are so many geniuses like Dr. Pym, the original Ant-Man, Dr. Otto, Dr. Octopus, Eric Savage, teacher of Jane Foster, Helen Zhao, and Dr. Banner. You can learn slowly by yourself. Kristen should not be off work yet. I'll wait until the afternoon. During this time, let's study hard first. Sui turned on the study mode, looked for the papers published by these people, and began to study hard. After studying hard for several hours, Sui found that it was really effective. In terms of intelligence, it is indeed improving, but it is a bit slow. A month or two is acceptable. It's time to go and find Christine. Sui took a shower, changed into a suit of clothes, and set off in the luxury car. After investigation, Sui found out that Dr. Strange is in this city. Perhaps because this is the center of the universe, these people are all nearby. Helen Zhao is studying here, and Dr. Strange is also working here. Sui showed up outside the hospital by car. The place was busy, but Sui easily found the surgery department and found Christine. Unfortunately, Kristen was undergoing surgery. Sui was also waiting outside the operating room. Christine is still an intern at the moment, and she is only a helper in the operating room, not a real surgeon. Sui was very patient and read a book outside. Wait until the surgery is over. Wait until Kristen rests. Hello, Dr. Christine. Christine was a little surprised because she didn't know Sui at all. Hello, you are? My name is Sui, and I'm just a passerby. I met you by chance, so I want to meet you and invite you to dinner. Christine realized that Sui was interested in her. It's just that Sui came a little suddenly, so he was a little nervous. Especially Sui looks so handsome. Although there are some differences in aesthetics, in Christine's view, this appearance and figure are definitely handsome. On the side, Christine's colleagues also began to encourage. Oh, Christine, your lucky day. Although it is an Oriental, it is quite aesthetically pleasing. Christine, if you don't agree, let me do it. Christine was a little excited, definitely can. However, I may still have some work to deal with, and you need to wait for me for a while. Definitely yes, you are the doctor and treating patients is the most important thing. Christine was elated, never expecting to have such an opportunity. Continue to stick to the post and wait to get off work. Finally, it's time to get off work. Hey, did I keep you waiting? Sui said with a smile. No, I also found something to do. Sui lit up the book in his hand. Is there a restaurant you particularly want to go to? If not, how about we go to Madison's? Would that be too expensive? If you have a suggestion, I can cancel the appointment. Just as Christine was about to answer, a discordant voice appeared. Kristen, let's go eat together. There is a bit of domineering in the tone, full of arrogance, and there is no room for refutation. Sui looked around and saw Strange. He looks like a humble gentleman, but the pride in his heart can't be hidden at all. Strange went straight to Christine, not paying attention to Sui at all. Strange popped up halfway, ready to take Christine away. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D is not a simple person, so he must stop Strange. Christine's face was not very good-looking either. Strange is her classmate and colleague. Therefore, she knows the character of the other party. Because Strange is very smart and a genius, he will be somewhat conceited and self-satisfied in terms of character. Christine also admires Strange, because Strange's ability is difficult for her to achieve. However, if you want to say love, it is impossible to talk about it now. Maybe the two will be together for a short time, but it is estimated that it will not last long. Hello, Dr. Strange. Only then did Strange turn his head and gave S.H.I.E.L.D a positive face, which indeed looked a bit like Wan Fu. Sorry, are you here for medical treatment too? S.H.I.E.L.D sighed in his heart. This guy is more annoying than Tony. No, I'm here to treat Christine to dinner. She has an appointment today, you can go back. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D would not let the other party take Christine away just like that. Dr. Strange, you're too self-indulgent, aren't you? I invite Miss Christine to dinner. What does it have to do with you? Her decision was yes, it was her decision. You should respect her decision, not make it for her. You're not Kristen, not even Kristen's boyfriend. Christine was also encouraged by S.H.I.E.L.D's words and decided to stand up and make her own decision. He's right, Strange. We're friends, but that doesn't mean you can make decisions for me. I've already promised him. Westerners attach great importance to their right to make decisions, and Strange's behavior of helping others make decisions is very demeritful. Only Christine knew about Strange, otherwise, it would be possible to get mad on the spot. Kristen was determined. Sorry, I didn't know this was going to happen. It's okay. Good things are never afraid of being late, and it doesn't matter if you delay for a while. Let's go. It is good. Christine still said goodbye to Strange before leaving with S.H.I.E.L.D. When the two got into the car, Christine could tell that S.H.I.E.L.D was worth a lot. What should I call you? S.H.I.E.L.D, if you are more polite, you can call me Mr. Sue, but people in the East are not used to addressing me like Mr. You can call me Sue, it's easy and convenient. Sue. Strange is just a little socially awkward. S.H.I.E.L.D took the initiative to help Christine out of the siege. I know that geniuses always have some character flaws. Like Tony Stark, he's a narcissist. Let's forget about it. Tonight is our night. I don't want to disturb the atmosphere because of other things. Christine also breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately S.H.I.E.L.D didn't care about it. Exactly. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D and Christine behind him, Strange suddenly felt jealous. Now Strange likes Christine. In the movie, because Strange went to learn magic, the two gradually parted ways. They were separated for 5 years because of Thanos' snapping of fingers. In fact, the personalities of the two are destined not to go together. Strange was still unwilling to give up at this moment. After thinking about it, he walked towards his luxury car. S.H.I.E.L.D and Christine came to the restaurant. Led by S.H.I.E.L.D, they came to the restaurant. The two entered the restaurant and came to the front desk to inquire. The reception staff did not dare to take it lightly, even if S.H.I.E.L.D is an Oriental. Hello, do you have an appointment? Yes. S.H.I.E.L.D reported the appointment information and quickly confirmed the location. This way, please. The two were about to leave, but Strange also came to the front desk. Strange, wearing a suit and long legs, looked extremely confident. Christine instantly understood that Strange followed her here. Christine was a little angry about Strange's behavior. Strange, are you following us? You can't do that. No, I just happened to come over for dinner, and I will never disturb you. That's what they said, but Christine didn't believe it. Christine has mixed feelings and has lost interest in dating. As soon as she took her seat, Christine retreated. I think, Sue, that tonight may not be the time. I'm sorry this happened. Why don't we have another day? Another day? There is no need to be so troublesome. Now that Strange has followed, it's time to talk about it. In this way, Strange thoughts can also be cut off. I don't think it's necessary to be so troublesome. He followed, maybe because he likes you. However, his conceit and complacency are unacceptable to you. I think you can take this opportunity to make it clear to him. Christine couldn't believe it. He likes me? Impossible. As you said, he is a genius, very good, so he is full of himself. How can he like me? S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile, he is indeed very good, but Christine, you are also very beautiful and good. Otherwise, why would I come here to invite you? A person like him doesn't have many female friends around him. Perhaps, because of this, he has a good impression of you. Christine shook her head with complicated emotions. I need to calm down. Waiter, I need a glass of iced lemonade. Sure enough, Strange was heading in this direction. As Strange, it is completely possible to make an appointment on the spot. Christine is thinking about this question. Do you want to have a showdown with Strange? Strange is a genius, a top neurosurgeon. However, as S.H.I.E.L.D said, Strange and himself are not suitable. Especially what Strange did today, stepping on minds directly and precisely, and even stepping on them twice in a row. Sue, I think you are right. It is necessary to cut off Strange thoughts. It's best to hint him and let him know that we are impossible. Sue, can you help me? Sue probably guessed what Christine was thinking, that is, to use herself as a shield to secretly reject Strange. What do you mean? Right. Well, I've always been willing to help others, and I especially like helping beautiful women. The two chatted briefly, and then, of course, it was Christine who came out. Strange, I need your help. Strange was a little strange. Help. I think Sue is a good person, and I want to get to know him and communicate with him. You are my friend. Maybe you can help me refer. This trick can only be called shrimp and pig heart. But only in this way can Strange completely give up. Sue is also looking forward to dismissing this love rival. Without Strange as his rival in love, won't it be much easier to win Christine next? Strange is so uncomfortable. You let me help you refer? It is good. I will hit him hard to make him realize his gap. Strange is extremely confident and believes that he is definitely better than Sue. Like a proud peacock, Strange sat down in front of Sue. Even before the dinner started, there was already a tense atmosphere. Looking at your appearance, you should be from the East, right? Yes, I am from the ancient country of the East. What's the problem? May I ask, why did you come to this city? Because my parents passed away. My only relative is my grandpa. He didn't worry about me, so he took me here. Now, I study here. Strange said indifferently, I'm sorry to hear the news. It seems that you don't plan to go back. Christine frowned, very unhappy with Strange's tone. Strange. I'm sorry, Sue. I didn't know you went through these painful things. Sue smiled. It's okay. Things are over. I often miss them, but I don't feel very painful about it anymore. Christine has a better impression of Sue, an optimistic, cheerful, and positive man. You are still in school. What major do you study? Computer engineering. Sue integrated the template of Batman Bruce Wayne and knows more than this. Biology, physics, mathematics, chemistry, engineering. There is even medicine, forensic science, and so on. But in front of Strange, Sue doesn't need to talk about medicine. So, just say a major. Nice professional. It's easy to find a job now, and the salary will not be low. Using normal calculations, it should be able to earn about 1 week's salary of me in a year. Strange is a top neurosurgery professional in the industry, and those who seek him for surgery are either rich or expensive. A surgery is expensive. Let alone a week. It's just an operation, and it might be equivalent to someone else's annual income. Oh, make money? I'm not interested in making money. I own shares of Stark Industries 20, just wait for dividends. Learning computers is entirely because I am interested in this field. Strange, as a top doctor, earns a lot of money. There is also a drawer for luxury cars and luxury watches. However, in terms of net worth, it should add up to about 1 billion. But if what Sue said is true, it will definitely easily exceed tens of billions of assets. How can an Oriental man own 20 shares of Stark Industries? Strange would never believe it. You must know that ordinary large companies will not give too many shares to foreigners. What's more, the predecessor of Stark Industry was a weapon manufacturer. Therefore, Strange immediately turned on the dormitory mode. Shares in Stark Industries 20? Your lies are too low level. Even if Stark Industry has shrunk a lot now, its market value is still around 1 trillion yuan. Generally speaking, the stocks of large companies are rarely sold to foreigners. Sue didn't want to prove anything. Unfortunately, I know Tony Stark very well, so I bought some shares. Whether it's a lie or the truth, I don't want to argue too much. Sue can definitely make a phone call to Tony Stark and prove herself. But it is not necessary. Kristen, I think he's a liar. Christine was a little skeptical, but Sui looked very sincere, not a liar at all. However, Strange had a point. Christine had some hesitation. Sue, I have a good impression of you. It's just that if you really want to know me, I hope to know the real you too. Christine's attitude is also understandable. Many women take lying very seriously. If Sui and Christine already know each other, it's fine to find a chance to talk about it again. But if you lied at the first meeting and were exposed, then there would be a big problem. Sui felt a little helpless. It seemed that he still had to ask Tony Stark, a tool man, to help. If you want me to prove it, I can contact Tony Stark right now. Strange was extremely serious. I will expose your lies. Sui can only call Tony Stark and start a video call directly. Oh, dear Sue, after you brought a bunch of inexplicable people to my house and messed up my house, have you finally thought about calling me to apologize? Actually, it's not an apology. Tony Stark immediately realized that Sui's arrival was not kind. Generally speaking, Sui will not look for herself. As long as you look for yourself, there must be something. Don't tell me you want to ask me for help again, Sue. I'm not your employee. Definitely not looking for your help. Am I that kind of person? I'm chatting with Dr. Strange. Oh, Sue, are you sick? That's so good. I thought you wouldn't be sick. Do you think the disease can bring me down? Tony, get real. Tony Stark was eating pizza while talking on the phone. Conveniently let JRVS call up Strange's information and simply glanced at it. Sui is indeed strong, but he is not invulnerable to all poisons. Maybe we can use toxins and diseases to defeat Sui. This is a whole new direction. Although it is not my field of expertise, but you can give it a try. I think I can try it. Tell me, why are you calling me? Is it just to tell me that you had dinner with a doctor? Do you think I will have dinner alone with an unfamiliar male doctor? I was having dinner with one of his female colleagues, and I happened to meet him. He suspected that I was a liar, so I wanted to prove it to you. Tony immediately replied, yes, he was right to suspect that you are definitely a liar. If you can, let him call the police and arrest you. Seeing Tony Stark still eating pizza, Sui suddenly had a plan. Tony, would you be interested in making an appearance? If you're willing to come, wait and find a time, and I'll cook Oriental food for you myself. Tony Stark had no interest in going out to eat, but it seemed interesting to let Sui cook for himself. In order not to make you lose face, I'll come here. Where are you? Madison Restaurant. Tony commented casually, nice restaurant. Also, let me state in advance that I am very picky about food. Sui also nodded and said, no problem. Sui hung up the phone and returned to reality. Strange couldn't believe that Sui was so familiar with Tony Stark. From this point of view, Sui is not lying. Christine didn't throw herself into Sui's arms immediately because of Sui's status. Just apologize immediately. It's just a little hard to believe. I shouldn't doubt you. It's okay. After all, I'm still studying and never showed up. It's normal to have doubts. For the first time in his life, Strange felt frustrated. However, Strange did not give up targeting Sui. Even if you are richer than yourself, so what? Money is external and does not represent the original ability.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.